because the problem is they are not there because they're your friend. They are there because of a job. You'll actually learn this most of the time in a hard way. Maybe it's different, for some companies, like, you have a lot of bonding that's happening there. And you actually are there because you enjoy the work, not just because it's the work you're doing, but who you're doing it with. So that's a major factor. And what the fuck is this? God, what is it with everybody and sexualizing the assassin, bruh? It's fucking fine.
I have a much better mic.
Sounds like it, yeah.
See, Auto convinced me to get a Steam Deck, and the mic on this is much better.
How did I convince you to get a Steam Deck? I literally said get it if you want. Don't get it if you don't want. I'm not going to try to convince you. It's your choice at the end of the day. How the hell is that me convincing you?
I don't know. Ask the people who tried to shill the vaccines. They said the same shit, and everybody took them. I'm sorry, I just say that, but it's true.
So, most of the people I work with in architecture are in fact gay, and many of them were eyeing up the assassin in Midtown, and it's a little disturbing. It's just a little disturbing.
I'm sorry, wind that back. Many people in construction are gay.
Architecture, the design side.
Not
Architecture, sorry.
Yeah, the design side. It's a design profession, so you have a lot of people that are into design, and these days that tends to be...
Architecture is an engineer's worst nightmare.
Yes.
Let's make it do this. That building will collapse if you do that.
It was an interesting day though, because that happened and Penny went free at the same day, so I think everybody was kind of not sure how to respond on the NPC spectrum, because it wasn't clear if the shooter was left wing or right wing at that time, and everybody was like who wants to adopt this lunatic? And then it comes out that he just is completely insane and schizophrenic and bounced back and forth between politics. So now both sides are trying to adopt him.
He's both right wing and left wing at the same time.
Yeah. Remember what I said, that you cannot be half in and half out? Well, that guy definitely wants to be. See, you can't be on either side of these things. You can either you can choose to be one of the two things, or be in the above psyop layer, where you're just simply neither of them.
Bro's literally just an extremist right-winger and an extremist left-winger. All in one person.
My best meme, currently hovering around 1.5k 2k likes now, is a picture of Penny on the left and Luigi on the right, and it's: long ago an alliance existed between Nord and Med. I come to honor that alliance.
Oh my fucking Christ. That's actually really good.
I saw one earlier today where it was Luigi loading Pene into a pistol clip. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I love the Luigi memes.
Endlich Penne. Yeah, that's terrible.
It really is bad.
Luigi loading up the gun with Penne is funny, because I don't know, does the Penne have extra penetration now? I'm just gonna shut up.
I love it.
That was a classic meme back in the day.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. It's I think it was the meme with the Italian guy, where somebody was preparing the pasta, and the Penne in a really fucked up way. And then he just loads the gun with the Penne instead, and That meme. Yeah.
I remember that one.
It floated around everywhere on Discord back in the day. It was funny. It's fucking stupid. Everybody was into it. Yeah. And then the oh fuck.
Adrian just floats around Discord picking up random people.
Yes, I am a sponge of potential. I will find and absorb everyone, just not in the gay way.
That's how he found me, by the way. It's just into our Discord. We instantly had a fight about a bunch of shit.
It was funny as fuck. It was like the first thing I did was the climate change shit, because I was just like, somebody please challenge me on this bullshit, because I want to rock someone's shit. I used to like troll a lot of people on Instagram as well.
Yeah.
I was actually pretty big doing that. Yeah. It was crazy. Because that was like when COVID came out. And I did a lot of researching as to like, I didn't even go into the details of the virus itself. I didn't think that was entirely necessary. I did address the survival rate problem and how that was basically bullshit as an excuse for why you were supposed to take this experimental medication, but that was like at the time where I was like thinking to myself, I don't know enough about this in order to make a sound decision. I'll have to like do some more research. But about the physicality as to how masks works, yeah, I fucking knew that shit. I was like, there's no way that this is gonna work. And the same thing with the ventilators. Like, I knew that these things were cooking people's lungs, and that the deaths in those hospitals were largely because of how they were treating the patients and not because of the disease itself, which is still a very hard pill for many to swallow. And the cope with this is now people saying, oh, the response was very bad. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. The response to this disease was absolute dog shit because the assessment was also dog shit. See, they're going to say that the response was bad, but they will never admit that the assessment led to the bad response. You understand? They're gaslighting you. So, anyways.
You look at Sweden. They were almost completely open. All they did was they just shut down visitors to old people homes. And for the most part, they were completely fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
They didn't need to drop a nuclear bomb on their entire economy and their children's future.
The amount of damage that COVID, not the COVID itself, the amount of damage that the quote-unquote response to the fucking stupid assessment has done to society is irreparable.
Oh yeah, permanent damage.
Children are completely fucked now. No social interaction. They grew up in a period of time for multiple years now where every idea of what was normal was just stripped from them, and they're never going to have that back. That's going to sit with them for ages.
Some people's lives were damaged permanently.
There's only one good thing. I wouldn't even call it a good thing, but one of the benefits from that disruption is that you now have like 3 years worth of kids that were just not propagandized by their teachers. And they're just like broken off of the programming, and to this day I see it. I can tell people who went through like their formative years through COVID, even though it was only like 2 years ago, but like they have some really weird humor and jokes and even politics. Like they I mean like they were basically spending like 3 years at a GC shitting on everything. So like they're completely broken off the reservation.
Oh yeah,
I'll say one thing that's really missing is any sense of excellence whatsoever. The bar was lowered so low. Like, kids were barely going to school. I mean, I lived through this. My kids didn't go to school for 2 years-ish. At best, they were going 1-2 days a week for a while. And because of that, all of the teachers and principals and everybody else was really just lowering the bar all the way to the floor. There was no real checks and balances. There was no, hey, you need to actually understand this content really, really well. It was everybody gets a pass no matter what. And I think it was already to some extent, but it was all the way. It was full blown, like, show up if you want. If you don't, that's fine too. shut your camera off. Nobody cares. Nobody learned anything for years. So we get a lot of people that are educationally deficient at this point. I mean, my wife and I took the time to backfill on that, but not everybody has the capacity or the aptitude or the cycles to make that happen. So I'm concerned about where people are going to come out.
It was actually a very fun time for me because a lot of these people who were like very autistic, similar to me, were like connected to the internet. And dude, I just felt, you know what's fascinating to me is the amount of engagement. Like everything on the internet was just 10x. It was crazy. And like you had all these new people. The fascinating stuff, which I really enjoyed a lot, was all of these weird people that were like socially active outside, were like always classified as the chads and whatnot. They would then be confronted by the digital world for the first time in its grandeur and were basically outed as complete incompetent fucks. That was a great thing, in my opinion. It rebalanced society just a little bit. Just a little bit. It was great character building for everybody involved in that specific bracket, right? So that was a good thing. I think that was a great thing. And I even had a lot of fun with people who were like, you know, studying for school. You know, they didn't want to do anything at all because they were like sucked into the world. And I said, well, we could play a few games together and probably discuss a lot of studies you're doing. And then it kind of became a very chill act, you know. It was great. That's kind of where I got the idea of doing shows from as well, because I used to be around there quite frequently, and I had a lot of discussions. I did a decent amount of debates with people there as well, to the point where basically we were doing philosophical mostly, but then when we did research, it was very difficult because back then nobody had AI, right? So everything was done manually, and you could beat a person's argument to death just simply if you knew better Google search than somebody else. It was like chess, but for facts instead of moves. And cornering people.
Yeah, that used to be so fun, hey? Back when you just Google search anything.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't. Yeah, we didn't have any of this. I mean, now a lot of it goes through the filter, which is, you know, most cases, like GPT-4o. It's just kind of fake at this point. All the people, like all the articles, don't even mean anything, dude. You can literally make an infinite number of articles if you just prompt the thing correctly. Like, there's no point in articles or these like super long, intensive blog posts anymore. It's like, don't give me the lecture, give me the book. Don't give me the book, give me the article. Don't give me the article, give me the blog. Don't give me the blog, give me the tweet. Right? Famous from Naval. So it's like compress as much as possible if it's going to be worth my time. Otherwise, I'll just prompt and ask my own questions.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, back in like elementary school, we used to do a ton of projects like that. We would Google search around, and yeah, that was hard. Like when you're forced to do that now, it's like painful when you have to go to Google search without Perplexity or Grok.
I mean, I will disagree a little bit on the difficulty thing. I really enjoyed it. I think it was very easy for me because back then, like the optimization for filtering was a bit less. So a lot of the content that was actually relevant was not as restricted as it is today. Like Google search today and what Google search was a few years back is completely different. Like today, it's absolute fucking dog shit. It's horrible, right? It got so bad that if somebody wanted to know something, they just basically said, okay, here's my question, Reddit. Put Reddit at the end, so everything was on Reddit then. So they used Reddit as a search engine. It was like the library for all the stuff we used Google as a search engine.
Like when I'm searching something up through like the Google search or whatever, like typically I'll just look at Reddit articles or Medium articles if it does really well, but like nothing other than that, right? All the other ones are terrible.
They're like some weird fucking WordPress website that was probably written by AI. And it's like real stupid shit now.
Like
That's
the
what
time
it is.
to understand the structure and what's going on in your site will take me longer than to read the actual thing. So no thanks.
Exactly. And they have these weird fucking ads in between, so you don't know if an ad is loading or if it's just a fucking picture to the media that you have because you didn't optimize that one properly. It just fucks me off.
Yep.
So while COVID did a lot of damage socially, I think it also did a lot of character building as well. Which I think is also one of the reasons why you will see many governments now trying to restrict information flow as much as possible, because I think people have realized that because there was no, or at least there was limited indoctrination happening directly, all these kids were just inundated with knowledge that they couldn't control. And so now they're rebels.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even when I was a teacher during my PhD program for like the tail end of COVID, and these kids, like, they were cracking jokes and looking into like kind of borderline conspiracy shit that I would never have expected like normies to, and a lot of like
World War II
So
shit.
here I think they're doing just like great innocent kid stuff and World War II shit. You know exactly what they're looking at.
yeah, you know,
That's what I'm saying. I was like, oh. Oh, that's fucked up.
You know the joke about the pizza, right?
Oh my god.
They were doing that a lot. I had to bring it back to reality occasionally.
I made some snow.
Nice.
Wait, really?
Yellow snow.
How much?
I'm eating it.
That's a cookie.
No. I didn't say did you eat it. I said how much.
Little small cut.
Is it?
Yep.
Is it snowing outside, or did you just like manufacture it?
I manufactured it. Actual snow.
Dude, I wish I
That's
was
sweet.
right now. I'm looking out the window, and there's like, dude, if I went outside, I would freeze to death in 3 minutes. Like, there is so much snow outside.
Eat the snow, Elliot.
Should I get some? Right, 1 second.
I mean, I don't know if that's actually. Hey, is there anything that could be in the snow that is potentially dangerous to human consumption?
Radiation.
I don't know, the chemicals in the air that are polluting.
Alright, fair enough.
Or rabbit shit.
I used to like just take the snow, like whenever the snow would come down for this guy, it's like open my mouth and go, ah.
I got some. Oh, that's really good.
You should actually eat the fucking snow.
Yeah, it tastes kind of dusty though.
What the fuck? Where did you get it from?
It's like 3 feet away. It's literally outside.
Oh my god. Get it from your roof next time? No, don't do that. Miss, you go wiggle up the fucking roof with a ladder. That's not gonna be a good idea. In the middle of the winter.
I used to stop to eat snow when I was snowboarding. When I was younger. You get thirsty and you're like, yep, time to ride off to the side of the trail and just grab a handful. Okay.
No, that's nasty, dude. People have already ridden on that with their dirty. Oh no.
No, not where people have already ridden. I'm talking about like fresh. Like
Oh yeah, that's fine. You just got to make sure that it's like nice and fluffy on the top, and then you're safe.
Yeah. I'm not talking about like some week-old crusted top that's seen a whole lot of sun and stuff that people have like skied and snowboarded. not packed.
Nah, bro, he ain't like that. He doesn't eat the road snow.
Yeah, only the yellow snow. That's the good stuff, right?
Yeah, it's lemony. Unironically, the way I made the snow is basically because I left a little bit of lemonade in the freezer. It almost froze, so it's frozen perfectly. So I crushed it up, drank all the juice, and now I'm eating snow. Lemon snow. It's actually not that bad. It's very addictive.
Ever seen Dodgeball, right?
I think I have, yeah.
I just can't stop thinking about Patches O'Houlihan talking about how he drinks his own urine. It's because it's sterile and he likes the taste.
What the
Talking
fuck?
about the yellow snow. Nasty.
Yeah, I was using my frozen orb skill on this drink here.
You did what?
I used the frozen orb skill on my drink here to turn it cold.
Oh, so you just did like a frost nova on your cup.
It's chilling it, yeah.
Yeah, I chilled it. It's not frozen yet. It's not shattering, but it's definitely chilled.
You gotta try lightning water.
Lightning water? Oh yeah. It's that weird stuff that happens
Yeah,
next to this
yeah.
weird, strange pole that has cables connected to it.
Yeah, exactly. You get some tap water, and then you throw some sparks in it and see what happens.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm kidding. Don't do that. I strongly advise against this.
I'll remove all the breakers. Just like straight up connected, pure, no restrictions whatsoever, like big ass fucking power line.
And then if you upgrade it enough, you achieve toaster bath.
Bingo. Exactly. Every time I have to look at how electricity works in like a home somewhere, and I look at all the different safety measures, I think to myself, how did people figure all of this out? Like, how did people figure out that all of these things are going to go wrong in these exact ways?
It did go wrong in those exact ways.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, how many times did somebody get fucked until they finally said, this is such a huge problem. We could capitalize on it by selling safety for it. Yes.
Let's just thank all the people who put their lives at stake for bad inventions.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's like look, very big shout out to all the cave people that figured out which weird looking berries we can and cannot eat. All I'm going to say, man, massive shout out to you guys.
Yeah, like, Billy, try that one. Bye, Billy.
And all the questions, too, yeah.
Mushrooms, yeah, dude, mushrooms are the worst.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, maybe people figured it out because they just fed it to their animals or something. Like they figured it to feed it to animals and say, okay, that thing's still alive. We're going to eat it as well. We're good now.
Yeah.
It's probably true, yeah.
Yeah, you grid search through all possible things that you can fit in your mouth, and whichever ones don't work, you may or may not die.
How did people discover the fact that you could lick a toad or eat a particular type of mushroom and you get this massive high? Like, how did people even figure that shit out? Like, that's got to be crazy. If you ask, like, say, these shamans in the Amazon jungle, they tell you stuff like, oh, but the plants told me. I'm like, fucking, that's crazy.
Yep. Just try the air, yeah. Probably some
ayahuasca.
fucking high one day, and they're like, what the hell? How did this happen?
This was incredible. We gotta do it again.
Yep. Wait, the plants don't talk to you?
Yeah, it's Talks. What's up, man?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Nice space, by the way, we had earlier there.
Yeah, it was fun. Good talking about all that stuff. I think that was Herbert space, right? Yeah, it was the cyber space. Yeah.
I only go for like the Tesla spaces. I only go to cyber bowls now. They're like very nice. Good atmosphere, good conversation, no unnecessary shit. It's really nice.
You should listen to the Tesla talk spaces that we do at Sawyer on Thursday. Those are good too.
All right, I'll tune in. Actually, I do tune into those every now and then as well. I just kind of like had that playing in the background. I never come up or anything or request because always it's like a very particular panel that you have there. So I just kind of sit there and listen. But yeah, it's pretty decent. I like it. A lot more people doing their own shows, and the audience has been redistributed ever since Yaman had the falling out.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure what happened there. Can you explain that one to me?
he just went crazy. I don't know if he was trying to like engagement for him initially, but yeah, he just started saying stuff that he's never said before, talking about it being overvalued and yada yada yada. I mean, it's funny because he was laughing at those arguments like 3 or 4 years ago, and now he's kind of piggybacking them. But yeah, he definitely threw away his engagement and his following for sure.
It was horrible to see, man. Like, bro, he turned absolute Q. He was already a bit of an asshole, but he had the utility. You know what I'm saying? I made a post like a long time ago where I said there's like a ass to value ratio, and where the assery must never exceed the value, because otherwise you're just an ass. And that was really what I saw there with that show. Like, it was being an ass about what he was doing, but initially had quality. But the problem was then eventually brought on some of the more skeptic, not just skeptics, but the downright delusional Q people, and then that just turned into the most dumbass conversation that I've ever heard in my life, where everybody's just kind of stuck around for trolling these people as opposed to actually listening to them. But if you trolled a little too hard, you'd be kicked from the stage. And so that's kind of where I think it went south a little bit. But it's kind of ironic that the Tesla will triple in 2023 person's like, oh yeah, I'm going to short the stock, and he did that just before it pumped. I'm like, what the fuck did happen to you, man? Who hurt you, bro?
I saw that. It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, it's almost tripled off the lows this year, so it's funny. He was a year late and $1 short, but yeah, I mean, it was trading 130 in April. Now it's trading 400, so yeah, it's almost tripled this year.
I closed my November options position today for 250% gain. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, good trade. The craziest news from today, I don't know if you guys already touched on this, but it was the SpaceX valuation closing, and Elon Musk's net worth jumping to $442 billion now, which is ridiculous. That's $60 billion away from $500 billion. Elon Musk is now personally, where I just tweeted this earlier, I'll pin it at the top, but Elon Musk is now personally worth more than Bank of America, which is just like ridiculous. It's hard to even wrap your mind around that. Bank of America is the second biggest bank. It's the second biggest bank in the world by assets, and he's worth more than the entire bank by himself. That's just crazy. It's never happened. And I mean, since the advent of modern banking, JP Morgan's always been one of the biggest companies in the world. They're the biggest bank in the world. Obviously, they're about 80% bigger than Bank of America. They're like a 650 billion market cap. But yeah, like Elon Musk literally has the equity leverage, has more equity leverage than Bank of America has, and he's a one person. And Bank of America has this, like, it doesn't even make sense in your brain when you try to think about it. Bank of America has millions and millions of accounts of businesses and people, and Elon Musk is worth more than the entire entity. And they trade at a premium to book too. So, yeah, I don't know. That's crazy.
It's not that crazy when you think about the fact that his goal is to go to SpaceX. It's to build SpaceX so he can literally go to Mars.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think SpaceX's valuation is one of the most, you know that old meme? I don't know if people still use this meme, but the old meme of like restored my faith in humanity. You guys remember that when that was like a popular meme?
Yep.
Yeah, the SpaceX valuation restores my faith in humanity, because what SpaceX's valuation at $350 billion reflects is it reflects a willingness from investors to forego earnings. Like, the fact that investors are willing to pay a $350 billion valuation for SpaceX, that means that they don't really care that they're not going to see an ROI on that money, because they're not. Starlink isn't nearly a big enough. It's a good business. It's a great business even, but it's not nearly a big enough business to justify the valuation of vacuum. So a lot of that valuation is coming from the launch business, which is not profitable. It's the world's leading launch business, but I mean, you launch satellites to space, you charge a fixed fee for that. There's an enormous amount of development costs to build things like Starship. When they go to Mars, that's not going to be profitable. I mean, it's an ambition for humanity more than it's an ambition for earnings. And so the fact that people are willing to fund that, I think, is encouraging and says a lot about humanity and about capitalists. I know capitalists get painted in a bad light generally, but there are good capitalists out there that are willing to put up their hard-earned money and invest in a company that's going to do something that isn't necessarily going to bring a 5-year ROI, right? But 30, 40-year ROI maybe. I don't even know if he intends to make this a company that's overtly profitable or even intentionally profitable. Maybe far after he's dead, then shareholders will turn it into something like that. But I think during his lifetime, it's really just an ambition for people, which is great.
How do they're not? Is SpaceX public yet? Because I heard it was going to go public.
It's not public, and if I had to speculate and guess, and I'm pretty well versed on this stuff, that they won't go public. The most likely scenario is that they spin off Starlink, because Starlink is a revenue and profit generating business and will trade better, and will have the street will have a better appetite for that sort of business. That's just the way it works. I mean, like, it's really hard to go public as a company whose core business is loss making. You know, you can do it if you're small and you make the justification like, hey, our core business is loss leading, but we're investing a ton in growth and we're growing super fast. And, you know, on the other end of this will be an earnings generating company. There's a lot of unprofitable companies that go public that do that. But SpaceX really isn't one of those, because it's really hard to see from an ROI standpoint the light at the end of the tunnel. It's easy to see the vision. It's easy to see the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of like, oh my God, it'll be amazing when we get to Mars. But if you're an investor who wants $1 to turn into 10, it's hard to see that outcome in the launch business.
Yeah,
I don't think the launch business will go public.
I think that a lot of times also public investors kind of destroy the soul of the company when the company goes public, unless the main founder of it keeps a Class A share and just gives everyone else Class B or C shares that have no voting power.
Yeah, I have a. Okay.
Yeah, because I think one of the like criteria is to hire like good people and pay them very well, whereas with Wall Street they will basically force your company to fire a lot of the good employees and hire cheaper ones, because they a lot of these people, the businesses that they do, they don't require like super sophisticated people that need to make massive changes to the world to function. So they think in their perspective, and they just push that perspective on every single company. And in the short term, that works out really well. The stock price goes up and go up every quarter. And then in the long term, what you see is that the soul of the company has been destroyed. It's like a difference between Steam, Valve, and Blizzard, right? Valve never went public. Blizzard went public, and look at the shit show they are now.
Yeah, going public, it subjects you to not only the will of shareholders, it opens you up to a lot of other stuff. Hostile takeover. It also opens you up to being much more transparent with regulators in the SEC and filing quarterly results. And it's not something that every company should do. Most companies that get big enough do it because you basically get an unlimited spout to raise capital via at-the-money offerings and by selling stock. And so big companies like to do it because they view it as like this path to infinite scale. Like, oh my God, if I just go public and I can sell shares.
It's also liquidity for the founders and the investors.
Yeah, I mean, companies like SpaceX and even ByteDance, who's the owner of TikTok, have done a pretty good job of internally providing liquidity. So in other words, getting internal investors to buy shares from other investors who want liquidity, or to open it up to new investors, new private accredited investors who buy shares from employees or seed round investors or early investors. So there's ways now, especially that the private markets are a lot more mature and accessible than they were 20 years ago. There's ways now to provide liquidity internally without having to go public. If you really have a cohort of employees that want liquidity, you can basically even internally request that sort of thing and have management set it up and be like, look, at the end of the quarter, we'll set up a liquidity event for you. I mean, if you look at the rise in SpaceX's valuation, it's been these sort of random tender offers that have happened, random liquidity events, where either, again, there's an internal cycling of shares, or there's a small cohort of new investors that are brought into the liquidity pool. So it's pretty easy to provide liquidity, I think, and I don't think they would do it just for the sake of that. And I also think Elon now, depending on what estimates you look at, owns anywhere from 42 to 50% of SpaceX, and he has like 75% of voting shares. So he is in absolute control of the company, and I do not think he wants to give that up because, again, shareholders, if you get the wrong shareholders in charge, are going to want ROI, and that can ruin the entire purpose of the company, which for him is to go to Mars and build a colony on Mars. So he won't want to give up control of the company, and not going public is a good way to not give up control. So I do not think the core launch business will go public, but I do think Starlink will go public at some point.
Yeah, but I
What a
still
thesis,
think
man. That's great.
I still think that even with private liquidity, now it's not as mature or as readily available as the public markets. And there's like only a few exceptions. No, it's not a general rule where you can get as much liquidity.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. I mean, if you want constant liquidity for every shareholder of a company, then yeah, you have to go public because, the exchanges provide that liquidity for you via your share listings, as do banks that might be involved in the underwriting of the IPO. They help provide liquidity and help sell the stock. But again, if you're an accredited investor who can contribute a meaningful amount of capital, you can get SpaceX shares, and you can get shares in pretty much any major private company. So it's not accessible to everyday people in the sense of people who want to put like $100 or $200 in it, but there are even platforms for that now. I think on SoFi, if you can prove over a $200,000 annual income, you can get them. So yeah, you're right. I mean, they're not accessible to everyone, but that's sort of by design with private companies because again, you want to retain control. You don't want to give up X% of the company for public liquidity, and that's the sort of situation he's in. I really don't think he'll do it. He wants to maintain majority control of the launch business. Starlink, I think, again, is a separate story, and will probably go public.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like I'm gonna become a licensed architect. My income's gonna go up, and these are companies I care about, but they're not public. But I have been a bit curious about private investment because I've heard about it, but I've never really seen how it's done.
You need to be careful with private investment from the sense of you need to make sure it's capital that you don't need. Like the reason people like stocks, like public stocks, is because like you can buy it and sell it tomorrow if you want, and the liquidity is going to be there on most stocks. I mean, unless you're buying something really small. But if you're buying like a company worth over $1 billion on the U.S. markets, there's going to be liquidity almost at all times, and you can get in and out of positions very easily. You can add leverage and reduce leverage very easily. You can use options and all sorts of things. So it's really easy to customize an investment portfolio if you're using publicly traded vehicles. It's much harder to do that if you're using privately traded allocations. It's also harder to get out of those positions. The price does not trail as well. In other words, if you go trade Apple on the public markets, you're going to get 20-cent spread on the shares. If you tried to trade a company, obviously not of Apple's size, but if you tried to trade a $100 billion company in the private markets, you're not going to see that level of liquidity, aka fluidity in price. Liquidity that's all it really is. It's just the ability to have fluid price and not have to skip 10% up and down in price when you're trying to get in and out of shares. That's why people like it. But for Elon, I don't think he really cares about that at this juncture.
Yeah, it'd kind of be one of those things where, like, I do a house for someone, and then I'd like take like 50% of the profit and just throw it at a private company and like come back to it in like 10 years.
I mean, remember the thing you got in trouble for, the whole like take Tesla private thing that you got in trouble with the SEC for? Like the reason that even became a thing was because he was annoyed at shareholder pressures and the constant need from Wall Street to grow earnings power. Like there are great companies whose stocks perform really badly for X amount of quarters because they have some sort of fundamental headwind, and the street wants to see EPS. The street wants to see earnings per share. You know, they want to know that stocks have ROI, and SpaceX isn't that kind of business right now. SpaceX is worth a ton because people see the forward potential and they know they dominate the industry, and they know they launch 90% of payload orbit. So that's where the valuation premium comes from. It's not that they're making boatloads of money. They're not. They're not making.
Well, like a company like SpaceX, it's like they mine one asteroid and they are essentially a natural monopoly for 100 years. Like it just takes one asteroid to mine. Like the rare earth minerals you bring back, you're effectively like a natural monopoly for a lifetime. So like get in now, and then like when they're like $1 gazillion valued in like 10 years, when they haul in an asteroid full of rare earth minerals, it's like you're making bank every year of your life. I mean, the most likely.
I don't know how close the whole asteroid mining thing is. I know that Elon's talked about that before, and I know people speculate about that. I don't think that's going to happen in the next decade, but
the real path would be if he does split it and spins out Starlink. If you were holding shares at that point in time, you're going to get some of those, and then that'll be your way out in the short term.
I mean, Starlink's a great business, but like, let's put this in perspective. Like, okay, so the largest telecom company in the world is T-Mobile, right? And T-Mobile is worth roughly 260 billion. I don't know what the exact valuation is. It's something like that. It's ballpark 250, 260, 270, something like that. If you take, let's say you do a profit inflection, a margin inflection, because Starlink at scale would have superior margins, then you add a growth premium, then you add some sort of premium for the fact that's Elon Musk's company, because all of Elon Musk's companies trade at a market premium. Then you add a premium for the fact that it's connected with SpaceX and the launch business, and as a result of that, they have an internal cost efficiency to launch satellites. Then that's an additional premium. So you could come to somewhere like at scale, which Starlink isn't really at scale yet. But let's say if Starlink had the scale of T-Mobile in terms of customers, then the company would easily be worth twice as much. So in a hypothetical scenario like that, Starlink could end up being a $400, $500, $600 billion company. So nowhere close to being worth that right now. But in the future, that's a realistic scenario, especially if they dominate the direct-to-cell market from satellites. So Starlink is a very, very valuable asset, and I think Elon knows the type of premium markets give him. And so if they spun that out, took it public, that stock would rip. I mean, it would rip. People just want exposure to Elon. I mean, look at how Tesla stocks performed over the past 5 years. It's gone from 60 billion to 1.3 trillion. That's an 18x in 5 years. 18x on your capital in 5 years is insane. That means if you put $10,000 in Tesla in 2019, you have 180 grand. So his ability to return on capital is like unmatched. Even if you look at XAI, XAI was worth $0 earlier this year. He just launched it out of nowhere, out of kind of like, it seemed like it was out of spite for OpenAI. He just launched it out of nowhere, recruited a bunch of amazing talent from Google DeepMind and OpenAI, basically just said, hey, I'm Elon, I'm starting an AI company. Do you want to come work for me? People quit in droves from OpenAI and DeepMind and joined him. And literally in 5 months, XAI went from being worth $0 to being worth $50 billion in 5 months. The only product they have is Grok, which generates next to no revenue as an accompaniment to X. So his ability to raise capital is like ridiculous. It's unheard of. No one in history has been able to do it like this. Boring Company, which no one talks about, which is his smallest company, is worth $7 billion. Like $7 billion. Like, and they don't even do any business. They just make tunneling. Tiny. Yeah, it's tiny from Elon's perspective. But if you were the CEO of a $7 billion company, you'd be one of the 400 richest people in the world. So if you just founded Boring Company, you'd be one of the 400 richest people in the world. Then if you add Neuralink on top of that, that's a $9 billion valuation. Again, making no money, right? So the market tells you what they think of Elon Musk. I always find it funny when people are like, oh, Elon's a fraud, or Elon's this, or Elon's that. I'm like, dude, the markets are smarter than all of us. Markets are smarter than any individual person, and the markets tell you exactly what they think of him, which is when he tries to raise capital, he raises it immediately, and the valuations of his company skyrocket without him needing to do anything. because there's an enormous amount of FOMO from the public and private markets of wanting to own a piece of Elon Musk. Like, people just want to touch him. Like, that sounds weird. People just want to have a piece, play a part in this game. That's it. And they'll pay enormous premium for
30
it.
carats.
Is that like a separate thing you can buy?
Radiant cut VVS, and this one
What?
right here, VS1 cushion
Oh, so you
3002.
split off the
Practically
one.
the same carat.
No, you can
but
split them
this
off.
one
They're just all
is
separate
over
companies, right?
$1.2
Elon's the
million
CEO
more
of 5
because
companies,
this is
right?
fancy,
Simultaneously.
vivid yellow.
And all
Top
of them
the
are
chart
multi-billion
yellow.
dollar companies.
Fancy, vivid yellow.
Tesla's a
Doesn't get more
$1.3
yellow
trillion
than this, and
company.
this one is
I love
fancy
the
yellow.
Tesla
Okay,
stock.
it's a
Is it
yellowish
another stock
stone,
you can
and
buy?
just that color
No.
difference in a natural
There's
diamond
not.
to jump from here to here.
I mean, you
$2
can
million.
buy, like I
That's
said, if
the
you're
total
a
price
accredited
of the
private
stone,
investor, you can get access to those other
2.2 million.
companies,
If you
and
want it,
there
you
are
can
liquidity
reach out
events
to
for
the team,
almost
get
all
your
those
bank
companies.
wire
They're
ready.
less frequent for Neuralink
This
and
diamond is
for
850,000. This
Boring
one
Company.
is
You can
2.2
get
million.
access to
Now,
stock
they're
in all
both
those companies.
30
You don't even
carats.
really need to be an
One
accredited
is
investor. There are private
30.03
platforms. I
radiant
think they
cut
sell the
VVS,
shares
and
at a slight premium, but there are some exchanges. You can Google them that sell private shares. There's like a couple of them now. I don't remember all the names, but there's a couple of them now that do that. So you can get access to these things. Again, the liquidity is not great, so you have to be careful about like putting money that you may or may not need into those. But yeah, I mean, he has unlimited access to capital, and he now is himself. If Elon was a company today by himself, he was a company, he'd be the 20th biggest company in the world. He's a person.
I gotta call it a night. But thanks for the investment conversation. That was very informative for a young boy like me.
Me too. I'm old, but I had no idea that they were doing liquidity events privately, and I gotta look into that now because I want to save some cash.
You probably won't be able to.
If children don't grow up knowing
It depends on
about
platform.
nature
There are some
and
platforms that
appreciating
income requirements, or some platforms that net worth requirements, or some platforms.
I made the accredited investor easily.
You need to meet the
You will
requirements
receive
for
good
an
news if you
accredited
save and
investor,
share this
but even if
video.
you do-
I made
Type
those
yes to
requirements hands
affirm
down.
and follow to claim it.
Easy.
But even if you do,
If you
I think
ignore it, you
you
will
need
regret
to
it. There is no
be
one
accepted
like
into
you.
them. Because a lot of the times they do want. So I know for specifically companies like SpaceX, anything space related, you do have to go through like background checks, and they only want. Like I knew.
Yeah, they're not gonna want the hassle if you're bringing in like
I know
$10 million or
I-
something like that.
I know someone that wanted to
This
invest in a
video
space
went
company, but they were
viral
like a
when this guy
foreigner.
discovered
So
one of the
because
strangest
of the
vending
government
machines
regulations, they weren't allowed to invest
He inserted a
into that
$1
company,
bill only
and
for
you need to do
machine
like a
dispense
background check of
another
things
dollar
like that.
bill,
So
leaving
for
people to
someone,
question
yeah,
why the
you
machine
basically
was
need to
even
be
there to
worth
begin with.
it to them to give them money.
This video went viral when this guy
Grab your wallets and pull out any $1
Gotta let me
bills.
dream out.
The main difference between the teeth and the
You are privileged.
That or ETF.
You want what?
There he is. What's up, buddy?
You poor thing. What do you want?
This is how you open up one of these packs. Crack it.
Yeah, I think the stalling thing is going to be great if that comes out. Makes more sense. But I think I'd vehemently deny the sentiment that SpaceX will ever become public, because that's like an endgame company. Like that's the endgame content for anything.
I don't think that should go public. It should stay private.
Exactly, because you don't want anything else controlling that. I mean, look at what they've done with Tesla. Look at the fact that even still now, Elon has not gotten his compensation package. And I think the judge made. What did he do? What did she do again? Like, he denied it again for the second time?
Yeah.
Snap it, pop
That's
it,
whatever. It's crazy.
right open.
Can't believe they actually put it out.
Right the tracks
He doesn't
back.
need the money. It's just ridiculous how they're keeping it from him.
Each one is about $2,000.
Yeah, but the money is definitely, I mean, you did work. You were supposed to be compensated for the work that you did. Right? And then it's like, hey, we have this person here with 9 shares that believes we should dictate, but that believes that there has been a certain fiduciary duty has not been met. We're going to have to challenge this compensation package. A person with 9 shares. And then the overwhelming majority votes against this assessment say, okay, you know what? We actually want Elon to get paid. And then it gets denied again for the second time. Very bad sign for Delaware.
It's obviously just a way to try to get to Elon and piss him off.
Yeah. The problem is, I'm not sure what this will look like in the future, but you've now made Delaware a very strange state for people to be in. I hope that at some point there will be more of a shift to something like Wyoming. It's better anyways.
Texas, baby. Depends
Texas.
on what exactly. Depends on what exactly.
Texas, but I have some companies that I started when I was younger that I incorporated in Delaware, and after that decision happened, I changed both incorporations. So, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of other people that did the same thing. It's not only is it not business friendly, it's an insult to American principles. I mean, you look at our stock market, it's worth $60 trillion, $60 trillion. And it's worth more than any other asset class in the world. Our stock market's worth more than all of the real estate in China. All of it. It's a $50 trillion asset class. Most of it's actually ghost real estate that's probably worth nothing. So that's an inflated number anyway. But it's by far the biggest asset class in the world is U.S. stocks. And the reason for that is because people from all over the world buy them, not just us. People from Singapore buy them, Dubai, the UAE, Canada, Mexico. Everyone buys American stocks. Why do they do that? Well, obviously because the American economy is the most unstoppable economy in world history, and it grows and grows and grows every year. That's one reason. But the most important reason is because we have A, capital protections, and B, investor right protections, shareholder right protections, which means that if you're a shareholder of a company and you own a company, you have the right to control that company. That's an American principle. And that's why our financial markets are so big. The second you have judges come in and start saying, hey, the shareholders are wrong, and this is why the shareholders are wrong, that is a slippery slope, and you break, everything that is American when you make a ruling like that. It's a threat not only to Delaware, it's a threat to American capitalism, and so that decision will be overturned, whether it's by the Delaware Supreme Court, hopefully, and if not, then by the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's a stupid decision.
What made you consider Texas? What benefits are there for you?
I mean, I've lived in Texas for almost 20 years now, but I mean, I moved here when I was younger, and I mean, I love it. It's a great American state. We have a lot of freedoms. We have great business policy, great tax policy, no state income tax, cheap real estate, cheap land, good grocery prices, great gas prices, the best in the nation. So, I mean, what's not to like? It's an amazing state. So, yeah, I love Texas. I'll never leave Texas. I mean, I have property in other places, but I'll never leave Texas, my main residence. Best state in the union, in my opinion.
Interesting.
You can spend $500,000 and get a nice house in Texas with a yard and 3 bedrooms and 3 baths and 3,000 plus square feet, with a nice piece of land for your dogs and a barbecue in the back for $500,000, less in most parts of the state. I'm talking about $500,000 on the outskirts of Dallas, which is one of the biggest metroplexes in the country. I mean, I live in Dallas, but I live in the city. But I have friends that live on the outskirts of Dallas that paid $400,000 or $500,000 for a huge house, with a big yard, and they have 3 dogs in the backyard. That's the life. If you pay $400,000 or $500,000 in California, or even in parts of Florida or New York, you're getting nothing. You're getting maybe a 2-bed, 2-bath with a tiny kitchen, a little living room, and a nice area. That's what you're getting.
Well, most people can't even afford that nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying $400,000 or $500,000 is a small amount of money, but I'm saying your budget, your real estate culture too. Like there's a ton of amazing things about Texas, and it's still cheap. It's still cheap to live here compared to any other comparable state, like New York, California, Florida. Compared to any of those, it's much cheaper to live here. And again, no state income tax, tons of investor rights, tons of business rights, business-friendly state policy, business-friendly tax policy. Like, what's not to love? During COVID, so many of my friends in other states were complaining that, like, they couldn't do this and that, and there was like mask policies here and there. In Texas, within like 3 months, we were back to normal. A bunch of places were open and people were acting normally and living their lives and not like, hiding in their homes in fear and being regulated to death. I just can't stand living in a state like that. Like, I'm a very pro-freedom person. And so Texas for me is the place to be. I would never leave.
I don't know. It's too hot for me.
Come to Dallas. Dallas is not at all. It's freezing cold in Dallas right now. That's why I live in Dallas. Dallas is up north. It's nice. We have good like I would say between September to January in Dallas is cold. It's like nice. You got a nice breeze, and then the rest of the year is nice and warm. Yeah, Texas.
I'm from Mass, and one of my buddies moved down there, and like a year later he moved back. So.
Do you move to South Texas or something, or what?
I don't really know, but
probably. If you said it was,
I
probably move to South Texas. Because everywhere else it's not that hot. I mean, Houston's kind of humid, but once you get a little further north, once you get to like DFW, Dallas area, we have good weather.
Isn't there like multiple climates, right? It's like subtropical and then like almost organic.
Yeah, you kind of have more of like a tropical / humid climate, like Houston and like central South Texas, and then you have like a drier kind of almost Mexico style climate in South Texas, obviously because it's right on the border with Mexico. And then in Dallas you have sort of like I'd say pretty balanced, honestly. Like, we have hot summers, if you're like at Cowboys game in July, I mean, there aren't Cowboys games then, but I'm saying, like, if you're at an event outdoors in the summer, then yeah, it's going to be hot, but and we have nice winters. We have like a nice spring. I've never had a problem with the weather here. And I was born in Canada. So for me, it's like I should be, sensitive to the heat, but I haven't had a problem in Dallas.
I just don't want to live through the power grid failures down there in the winter.
We do have a shitty power grid. That I'll give you. That's one valid reason. We do have a shitty power grid, but Elon's hopefully going to help change that with Megapack.
Just get a power wall or two. Good. Yeah, I actually have a power wall, and it pays for itself within a few years because you get all these credits from, first of all, the tax credit, and then you get the credit for dumping back to the grid under high load. So I get like $1,000 a year just from those rebates from the utility grid from dumping back under high load. And, after 5 or 6 years, it kind of pays for itself.
So did you guys end up finishing out Act 3, or are you still in it?
Still in Act 3. Yeah, there's a bunch of pretty difficult boss encounters we're just fighting, so we're getting through that.
I already know what the last boss is. The last boss is a gigantic robot.
Really? Oh. Yeah,
What
that's
game
cool.
is this?
Path of Exile 2. It's the early access.
You know, it's come to my attention that the only reason why we've been able to progress as fast as we've had is not just necessarily because of our gear, but just because of the pure skill and endurance we have.
Yeah, we've been going pretty.
We beat Act 2 with like level 12 gear. Like, what?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that was fun.
I think I might be caught up to you guys. I'm at level 44 now, and I'm in the end of Act 3.
Nice. Yeah, we've been going back and try to help guildies progress a little bit. So yeah.
Nice.
Yesterday I went to like 46, and I tried to get. I went to 46, and I was trying to get the chill thing going with the comps, and it didn't. You know.
Yeah, no.
You need extra spirit, and I can't do spirit because it takes away from the damage because I'd have to have a different weapon. That's the problem.
Yeah, so I think we're just gonna stick more with the lightning thing.
For now, yeah.
But yeah, we did complete another boss.
You got real soft there. What was that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is no one talking, or is it just me?
I don't know. I don't know if I was talking or not because I think his mic was like. I don't know. I couldn't hear him really.
It's like
I
one
don't
of those
hear
things where you're
Aldo
not
at all.
sure if like you're screwed up or someone else is talking. So you don't know.
Yeah, like I thought
Aldo
Aldo was talking just now, so I wasn't talking.
Yeah, Blaze, I heard you talking, and then you got really soft for a second there, and then I didn't hear anybody talk at all for a good 30 seconds.
Yeah, Aldo's like mic icon isn't showing up for me at all, so I can't see if he's like talking.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking Blaze. Blaze, can you hear me? I guess not.
GG's.
GG's all. That's funny.
Right. Who on the speaker panel can hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
No, I can't. I can't hear him. I can't hear him.
Okay, so it's just Blaze that can't hear me.
It's because you guys are blocking each other yesterday.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we did a science experiment. Yeah.
You know, I was just thinking about that SpaceX valuation.
Yep.
And Starlink is kind of potentially its own standalone internet, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what's the value of the internet?
Everything.
The actual worldwide. Yeah, that would actually be a huge value.
It's everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, strategically too, if you think about it, like that's a crazy piece to have. You know, because potentially someone could block you, like some country or whatever, if you had, let's say, X. But if you have your own standalone internet, it's kind of a trump card too.
So here's a little known fun fact. There is a group of ham radio operators that run IP over ham and use ham radio for digital signal, so that if the internet proper were to actually go down, they'd have a way to still send and receive data.
Oh man, that must be so fast.
Is that the Meshtastic thing or something
I
else?
can't remember exactly what it's called. I've got a buddy of mine who just goes dumb hard on radio. He's got like a 150-foot tower. It's like a massive pylon in his yard to do. He's a wild guy.
Yeah, what is the transfer rates on that stuff?
I don't think it's fast. I think it's shit hits the fan, kind of anything will do in a pinch.
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff I've seen is sort of text messaging centric.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you get it much over 96, honestly. you're basically broadcasting a modem.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. I think it's something that's tough for like regulators because they want to be, intercepting that sort of communication. And so if it's sort of off the grid, it's a lot harder to spy on, I guess.
Jesus Christ.
Where? Check this out.
Where are you sending it?
Signal.
Okay.
All of those run the same shit. It's fucking crazy.
I already saw that.
But like putting it all on your profile, like what the fuck is wrong with this guy? It's like he wants to get caught.
Sometimes you just can't help but brag.
I got all these accounts, bro. Damn.
He was probably getting paid bank though.
100%.
Paid bank for the accounts. So what are they doing?
What the fuck?
I'm just pretending like someone's talking.
This guy.
It is the conversation we should be talking.
Yeah. So I was like doing a bunch of stuff in the background as well. I'm actually about to cook some steak as well. Stock Talks, do you cook your own steaks as well, or do you just go to the restaurant?
Is this a sizzling space?
Sorry, what did you say, Adrian? I said, do you cook your own space, or do you always go to a restaurant? A space! Steak! Fuck! Do you cook your own steak, or do you go to the restaurant?
I know I cook my own steaks too. Yeah, I like cooking steaks.
What cut's your favorite?
I mean, my favorite from a taste standpoint, or my favorite from a I can eat it every day standpoint.
Eat it every day standpoint.
I mean, I try to be healthy, so if I'm gonna eat it every day, then I'll probably go with like, a strip or like a prime sirloin. But if I'm gonna pick my favorite cut, or if I'm at a steakhouse, always the bone-in ribeye. Always, ribeye is the best cut, flavor-wise, no question.
Yeah, I like eating. I like eating just sirloins. That's my favorite. It's a very simple cut of meat. Has like the nice fat on the edges there. So it like cooks it all out. You get to eat that. You get a decent amount of the tallow that comes out from the fattiness, and plus the butter and everything. So it's very nice. It's a very versatile cut of steak. I love to cook it. It's very nice. It's really cool.
Yeah, sirloin's great. I mean, if you get good quality sirloin, it's like healthy and it still tastes good and it still tastes like steak. We were actually having sirloin today, and like I cook mine like a little rarer than I normally do. And my brother was like, "Oh, like it's not a little rare," and I was like, "I actually kind of like it like that when it's a less fatty cut because it just tastes more tender. Tastes a little softer."
Yeah. It's not actually also kind of a less fatty cut. I just like to have kind of the, I'm trying to get it just right, where it's kind of rare on the inside still, but not like rare to the point where it is not coagulated rare. So, yeah, it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to break down the fat. Yeah, you still need to cook it enough to, break down the connective tissue and the fat. So, yeah, I agree. It can't be too rare.
Resting is like the absolute MVP here. You gotta like get the right sizzle going. You gotta like, I think 1 to 2 minutes each side, just like cut the heat at like 1 minute on the other. You don't need to flip it more than once. I see like people fuck around with a steak. I don't know, man, but I feel as though you just only need to flip it once. What do you do? Flip it once as well, or do you do it many times?
No, I flip it once, but I mean, I think some people. I mean, it just really depends. I think on a grill, you can flip it more than once.
Oh yeah,
I think if you're grilling a barbecue, because you're generally not going to get like a super even kiss of a flame on like a barbecue.
Yeah.
Like on a pan, you're going to get pretty even Maillard reaction on the steak, but like on a grill, you might have to turn it, flip it a couple times. But yeah, on a pan, I try to only flip it once.
You were like the third person I've ever heard actually knows what the Maillard reaction is.
It's the thing that makes it taste the steak taste super good.
It's not that esoteric, I think. Yeah.
I didn't know about it either until I realized, like, how does it actually work? You know, how does it actually work that your steak can taste really, really good? Like, what's required? I did like the chemistry research. Same thing with like the stews, why I can cook them very well. Is like the fact that you have these glutamates that are inside of the meat that then can interact with a lot of sodium there, and that gets bound to become sodium glutamates. That's what happens in stews, and that's why also sometimes you should put a little lemon into your stew, like actually squeeze lemon in there, because if you're cooking the meat, then that kind of like stabilizes it, and it creates a very nice and savory stew, which I'm very good at making. But like for the meats, something similar actually tends to happen. And then you have this great crust on there that's not like burns. Like people actually burn the steak, which I don't like about barbecuing most of the time because they don't flip it fast enough, or like they just put too much onto it. But like this is just, yeah, it's gotta have that perfect crust. That's why you only flip it once.
Most people who don't know how to cook really underestimate the amount of heat that a raw steak can take. Like the reason restaurant quality steaks taste so much better than the ones you make at home is not just because they're getting better cuts, which they are getting better cuts, but you know, even if you got like a really, really high quality prime cut from like a local butcher shop, the key is like you just need to hit it with extremely high heat for a short period of time, as opposed to like trying to boil the edges of your steak, which a lot of people do. A lot of people use too much fat, and you know, they use a pool of oil. They put the steak in there, and they think they're doing themselves a favor, and they're generally not. You need to put enough oil to coat the pan, but you kind of want your steak to have a dry initial reaction when it hits the pan and get that crust. That's like where the flavor comes from, because those 550-degree steak ovens that they have at steakhouses that they cook your steak in, those give a perfect sear every time. That's why the steak is so good. So a lot of people don't realize that. People are like really scared about heat. They're like, "Oh, I'll put it on medium. I don't want to burn it." It's like, you're not going to burn it. Put the heat on 8. Let the pan warm up. Put some oil in the pan, and then put the steak directly down and press it down, and you'll get an amazing sear every time. Don't touch it.
Just put butter.
Absolutely. Yeah, I use butter. I don't use oil. I use either butter or tallow to do this, but mainly I just use butter.
Tallow
like the flavor is not so.
Butter will burn. Butter by itself will burn. Though you can't just use butter.
No.
And I do use butter on its own. I just kind of wet it a little bit and then keep it at medium-high heat, so it doesn't really actually burn. So it kind of stays there. It still works for me.
You can cook
Because the steak is not
the
that
milk
thick.
fats down out of butter and turn it into ghee, and then use that. And then
Yeah, clarified butter works. Yeah, ghee works. Yep.
But yeah, I mainly use butter, and it seems to work very well.
I use butter to baste it, to finish it, but I mean, if I'm going to use butter in the initial fat, then I just put like a little bit of tallow or a little bit of oil and then melt butter in it, because then it prevents the butter from burning, because the oil has a higher smoke point. So try that next time. Put a little bit of oil with the butter and try it. Grapeseed oil is a great oil to use because it's extremely high heat. If you don't want to use grapeseed oil, you can just use beef tallow too. You just put beef tallow in the pan and then melt a little bit of butter in it and then sear the steak, and the beef tallow will prevent the butter from burning. Because really, if your pan is appropriately hot, the butter will burn. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, butter cannot last at heat like that unless you're using a clarified butter like Paul mentioned. But if you're using standard butter, it will burn if the pan's as hot as it's supposed to be, to get like a really, really nice sear. Your pan should be on like almost max heat.
Interesting.
Now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, we're seed oil extremists, so we don't use any seed oil at all. We're like the anti-seed oil. I'll just have to be transparent
I hear
here.
you guys on that, but I mean, I'm not dangerously afraid of seed oils, but I mean, I use grapeseed oil from time to time in certain cooking stuff, but I prefer tallow. Like here, I'll pin one at the top of a steak I made like a couple months ago that I posted, but that sear is from tallow and butter. But like that's pretty as good as you can get on like a home sear.
There we go. Oh yeah, I see that. I'll use a cast iron. Yeah, that's.
I usually use aluminum actually, but yeah, cast iron works well too.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I can see what you're going for here. I do like relatively low heat. Well, I mean medium, because I think that steak, that cut is like practically twice as thick as what I have. That looks good. Yeah, that's a nice sear you got there. How long do you leave it on each side?
I mean, it just depends on the thickness of the steak. I mean,
Let's say it's like a centimeter thick, like.
That one's like an inch thick, so I mean, like 3 minutes a side, maybe 3 minutes and 10 seconds a side, or an inch thick steak, maybe a little less than that. It just depends.
Yeah.
Depends on the type of pan too. I mean, aluminum pans retain heat really well. Cast iron retains heat in the center of the pan really well. So it just depends. And I've been cooking since I was like 12, so I'm pretty particular about, pretty scientific about it, I should say, when it comes to like cooking meat. But yeah, I generally don't use a cast iron. I know there's a cast iron in that picture. I generally use aluminum.
Interesting.
Have you read any of Nathan Myhrvold's books on modernist cuisine and some of this stuff, since you're into the science side of it?
I've not. To be honest, and this is going to sound crazy, I don't really read a lot of books.
Crazy about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I think this is going to sound even crazier. I feel like full-length books are kind of a waste of time. I don't know why, but I just have always felt that way. I've always been like a studious person, and like I learned pretty quickly, and I've always done well in the things that I do, but I just don't read full-length books. I don't have the patience for it. Like, I'd rather read a summary of what the points that are being made and take the message away from that than I would like read the musings of somebody from page to page. I just think there's a lot of wasted words in books. And again, I know that that's a controversial opinion, but I feel like there's a lot of.
I don't think you're wrong.
I completely agree with that, because I think they have to meet some minimum page requirements, so they kind of just drag out what they're talking about more than they have to. But I do think that sometimes getting like the full story does actually help it kind of sear in your mind a lot better, rather than just reading bullet points. But yeah, a lot of these books, they do drag it out longer than they should.
So this particular set of books I'm talking about, it's 5 tomes each. It's like 2,500 pages worth of text, and a lot of it is highly scientific in nature, where you're looking at experimental data and findings, where they did a lot of different experiments on what different cooking techniques had in terms of impact to the product that you got out. Like the entire first book has almost nothing to do with cooking, and it has everything to do with like thermodynamics and physics of water, and how water's in food, and how proteins fold under different temperatures, and what that means for like egg consistencies and stuff like that. It's got a lot of really neat pictures in there too. This guy's like an ex Microsoft exec from the very early days, and he cashed out, and like this was his retirement thing. It was like, I have a nuclear physics lab that I also have as like a test kitchen, and I'm into photography too, so I got a whole bunch of high-speed photography gear and a team of people to do all these experiments and publish this stuff. It's pretty wild. Worth checking out if you got some time.
study this and then have a whole space on it. Like,
You definitely could. It's really, really interesting stuff.
the nuclear physicist's perception of cooking food.
I tried to reach out to him. I haven't gotten a response yet. I haven't gotten a response from his team either. They're probably like, here's this random stranger from the internet trying to ask us about a book that we put out like 7-8 years ago.
Do outreaches actually work? Like, have you ever gotten a good response off outreach? I've done many outreaches and they've all don't work, so it's like, okay, fuck it. If I can't get the specialist, I'll fucking research it myself and become the specialist. So if you have like, have you ever had anything as a result from this?
So, I mean, my day job is in sales, so yes. I reach out to executives a lot, but it's a very different context. It's not random internet stranger at that point. It's business partner or potential business partner.
See, I'm like, I might need your outreach skill. I could just basically do that outreach thing that you tried to do, or like for myself, like my account, and that might work.
Potentially.
I mean, hey, either way, you'll get to talk to whoever you're trying to bring on, so.
I mean, this is your space anyway, man, so I'm not trying to ram things through unless it's something that you actually want to do.
I mean, why not? I think it would be entertaining.
All right, bet. We'll figure it out.
It would be a great space to pin. I've done like the more controversial stuff, but I want to do the more non-controversial. Because like my recorded spaces, they perform very well. I mean, look at that, I get like 12K, it's a lot of re-listens, man.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you something. By the way, I've looked into this before and it does not work.
Alright. That's a good way to start a conversation. Here's the thing, this does not work and I've looked into it. Alright, let's take a look.
But I want you to look at
this
it anyway.
Alright, let's take a look here. What the fuck? So why does this not work?
Basically, you cannot bring that shit into a new relationship. You need to have already been married when this happened.
Alright.
It only applies to you individually.
Mm-hmm. Weird.
Are you pooping?
What kind of question is that?
It's a very interesting question.
My crosswords are better than yours. I can argument with these sounds. Dogs, can you talk? Do you play any video games, or do you like don't do that at all?
I used to be a huge gamer. When I was like in my early 20s, used to be a huge gamer. I haven't played games in a long time though. I think the last game I played was like a couple of years ago. I played Escape from Tarkov. I don't know if anyone's played that, but
Escape from Tarkov.
Yeah, I love shooters. I've always played shooters. I'm like a pretty simple-minded guy when it comes to that, but yeah, I played that. That's the last game I played.
His last game was Unreal Tournament.
What the fuck, man?
What's that, 2001?
What about coffee? Do you do any coffee?
Yeah, but not like coffee isn't like one of those things for me where like I need it to operate. You know what? You know what changed a lot for me in terms of like needing supplements and needing like caffeine and needing like uppers and downers was when I started taking magnesium regularly. I don't know how many of you take magnesium regularly, but that was a huge game changer for me. I take magnesium every day, and magnesium, for a lot of people that don't know why it's important, magnesium is like one of the only things that you don't get in the quantity that you need in your diet. And it's something that every single person should supplement, and people don't. It's a very easy thing to do. You should just buy magnesium threonate or glycinate or malate, or preferably all three, and you should take it every single day, even if you take a multivitamin. Like for me, every single day I take a capsule of, hold on, I have my bed right here. I take a capsule of D3 plus K2. I take a men's 1 a day vitamin. I take 2 capsules of magnesium glycinate plus malate. And then if I need to sleep, I will occasionally pop melatonin, and that's about it. And then I take creatine every day, which if you work out, you should take creatine every day. Even if you don't work out, you should take it every day. And that's it. I don't think you need to really do anything more than that.
For someone who doesn't know much about this stuff, what exactly does creatine do to you? And how much is it?
Creatine has I would recommend looking at it. Has a lot of benefits. It's essentially a water retention supplement. So the reason it initially got popular was because it helps you retain water in your muscles, which helps performance in the gym. So it initially got popular with, like fitness people, whether it's like bodybuilders or just people who are healthy and working out regularly. But there have been many long-term studies done on creatine. I would say out of all of the supplements in existence, creatine is the one that has the most supportive evidence and least downsides. Like everyone should take creatine. Everyone should take creatine and magnesium every day, regardless of who you are or what you do. You should take it. Like you should order it right now and take it every day.
Just looking at it here on I'm talking
Can you send me your affiliate link?
Hey, let's
There
I think I should have
there you go. Yes, incorporate done.
How about the beginning?
So
Exactly, man. We're not going to tell Tesla. We're going to take the Tesla earnings and put it in a fucking supplement company. Let's go.
We're just talking with Claude right now. So like pros and cons of creatine. So pros are increased muscle strength and power. There's some sub points within that, and then like muscle growth, cognitive benefits, well researched, affordable and accessible. And then cons are like maybe temporary weight gain or bloating, minor side effects like maybe muscle cramps in some cases, and then like phase effects. So when you're switching over, and then maybe it's not effective for you.
Yeah, pretty mild, if any, side effects. I would say the one thing that's like that will happen if you've never taken it before is you might feel a little bloated because, again, it's a water retention supplement. So, like, you're going to retain more water than you're used to. You might feel a little bloated initially, but once you're through the loading phase of creatine, you'll be fine. I've never met anyone that's taking creatine for an extended period of time that's like, oh my God, it's doing something to me. Like, it just makes you feel better.
Could it potentially interfere with your development as a young
Make sure to hydrate well, though.
Right?
It doesn't have any negative side effects other than potentially making you go bald.
Yeah, there's been a ton of research on like whether it's threatening to younger people or whether there's any sort of long-term side effects. There's like many multi-year metadata studies on this, and they all have come back the same to say that it's harmless.
As long as you're hydrating properly. If you're not hydrating properly, it kind of can risk your liver. But other than that, no, it shouldn't.
I drink too much water.
Drink water and take creatine, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. I can't take it though because whenever I take it, it starts making me go bald like crazy.
Hey, what?
Wait, really?
Yes. Like I have all these people telling me that supposedly creatine doesn't make you go bald. But as soon as I start taking creatine, like in 2 days, I start balding like crazy. Hair starts falling out, and then as soon as I stop taking it, it stops. So I'm like, what the fuck? I've done this like 5 times just to make sure, and every single time this.
I don't know if this is a creatine problem. You need to see a doctor about that.
That's fucking weird. I've never heard anyone say this before.
No, there have been a lot of people actually that have said this online, but like when they've done studies on it, supposedly it's never happened. But I can confirm from real life that yes, it does happen.
You get bald from creatine.
Elliot, we gotta enter this into the AI training set.
This needs to be like when I wake up in the morning and it says, "Good morning, Elliot. Things to do this morning." And then it says, shower, eat an apple, grab some tea, take your creatine, bitch.
Take your creatine, bitch.
Well, I have a list of things here. I'll pop over to.
It's not what you said. It's how you said it.
Well, literally.
That was funny.
Yeah, where is it?
Literally.
Yeah. So. When I wake up, it'll tell me my calendar. So it'll say upcoming events I have to do today. So if I have no events today, it'll just like tell me nothing's. I can just like sleep around and whatever. It'll say you should have 7 to 8 hours of sleep. If you didn't get 7 to 8 hours of sleep, you need to sleep more. Be up by 7 a.m. ideally. Shower, brush teeth. I like to keep my face clean because that's the moneymaker. Take magnesium, drink water, because I don't know. I get like these toxins in the morning. If I don't drink water, I feel like shit. So I just like to drink water immediately and take my magnesium, and then an apple, and then just some tea to because like an apple will it's like fiber. Get some good sugar flowing through and some fiber there, so you can start flushing things out, and then get some tea to warm up.
You should start taking L-citrulline.
I can't pronounce that. I don't know if I should take it.
You should take it.
Take what?
My mom told me that I shouldn't be ingesting things that I can't pronounce.
Adrian, that will also be useful for you.
What will be useful for me?
L-citrulline.
What does that do for you? Does it make your dick go hard? Does it make your dick go soft? Like, what does it do?
Your actual first one is correct, yes.
Wow! I feel as though my sarcasm is so good because it's actually just an assessment of reality, and reality is just parody at this point. It's like, what?
Yeah, it also enhances your performance in the gym, gets the blood. Basically, what it does is it enhances the blood flow in your body, which is useful for both the gym and
reproductive operations.
Yes, exactly.
It's a vasodilator.
Yeah, that's better. It's good for reproductive operations. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I have become fed.
It's the natures of Viagra.
Gotcha. I didn't think I would take Viagra. I didn't think I would do that. You ever taken that before?
Shot, it's fun.
No, all you need is L-citrulline and then boom, boom. Done.
Alright, gotcha. Boom, boom, done.
So the bald is related to a gene. The creatine causes your testosterone to turn into dihydrotestosterone, which you can chemically block that from happening, which is called with finasteride. Oh yeah, I'm not going to take finasteride.
Fuck that shit, yeah.
There's also a recently discovered peptide that reverses the effect of it.
Oh. Yeah, I take creatine from the meat directly because I eat a shit ton of meat. So,
yeah.
That's what does it for me personally. I need to supplement a lot. I can supplement if I want to, but I feel as though I can kind of do without. The magnesium thing, however, I probably should be doing that.
You should probably do a lot more than magnesium, though. I mean, I think I've told you this before, but you should also be taking boron.
Yeah, I need like a list of stuff where I can get it from, like place on Amazon, like where to buy that.
I literally sent it to you.
Did you send it again?
Oh my god.
That's not, dude. I was like listing it off in the back of my head, and we sent so many messages to each other that's definitely buried. It's just like I was doing Diablo at the time, and I was thinking about which thing was gonna create
like 150% extreme damage, like whatever that was. I wasn't really thinking about supplements at the time.
Alright, so let me ask you. There's a few ways to do like magnesium. Do you want like a bunch of different magnesium pills that might do like a better job, or do you want like a single type of magnesium that does the effectiveness of all of them?
I mean, so what's the upsides and downsides of like an option that does everything?
The downside is that it's not going to be as effective at each of those tasks, but it's going to accomplish all of them. But taking them individually is going to make it so you get different benefits, but it's like it's split between a ton of fucking. You're basically going to have to take like 20 pills a day, right?
I gotta ask, you're the type of person who will definitely take 20 pills a day, am I correct?
Yeah.
You want to tell everybody in the space the hygiene routine you have for taking a shit? You want to do that again? Because I think that was really funny.
Hold on, it's not just taking a shit, it's everything.
Okay, explain to me the process of how you groom yourself. This one's going to be good.
How do I start?
At the beginning, preferably.
Look, man, like, you gotta have a bidet, you gotta wash yourself, you gotta clean yourself, you know.
Yeah, but what's your routine on that?
It's like I'm not dealing
I hope
with
so.
this shit.
Dipped. I think he did dipped at the bidet, man. I think everybody's gonna be afraid of bidets now because of the UTI.
That's bullshit, by the way, that didn't happen. Like, there's, like, literal doctors came out and they're like, yeah, this is very unlikely. This is, like, literally impossible, what he's saying. I've been using bidets since I was born. My dad's been using bidets. My mom's been using bidets. My grandparents have been using them. No one has ever caught a fucking UTI.
That's crazy, man. So what do you think about this?
What do I think about what?
Like, how does one person have a UTI?
You don't want to know about this. What?
I think he actually said it. He says that he probably accidentally pushed his shit on his dick or something, or was like showering on something, showering in the in like water that was infected or something. Yeah, he said that. He said that was probably it. But it's not the big thing. It's not the big thing.
Didn't he also say that he was a remarkably unclean person?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, Molson, what the fuck, man? I really like him. He's crazy.
Yeah, I like him too.
Yeah, he's a good dude. But that shit's fucking funny as hell, man.
Listen, you gotta have a good hygiene. You can't have a good hygiene if you're not using bidets.
It depends. It depends.
No, it does not depend. It does not depend. This is non-negotiable. This is non-negotiable. You cannot be clean without a bidet.
Okay, how about this? I take a shit in the shower.
No. What the fuck?
No.
You scoop it up and put it in the toilet. Everyone does that.
We're gonna multitask now. That's gonna save time.
All right, I'm gonna clean your dishes by pissing on them.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. But definitely being shitting in the shower. Yeah, I did it a lot as a kid. Oh, that's good. You ever been to like a campsite, like a camping ground or something, you know, open in the wild, and you took a shit that was so dense and powerful that it can't be flushed?
I went camping once in my life. I'm never doing that shit again.
No.
You ever took a shit in the bushes before?
Dude, there was
was one
Yes.
time
I think
I was
I think
camping when I
it's-
was like 12, and there was this log, and I sat on it, and it was off the ground, so I had to go. So I went number 2, and then I lost my grip, and I spun around on the log, and my head went right into my crap.
Oh my god!
Alright,
It was pretty
alright,
gross.
Adrian. Alright, Adrian, I've sent you boron and magnesium. What else do you want?
Uranium, please, purified. Enriched.
Uranium. With uranium, you're gonna have to get that from Mikey.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's not
I
the
need to
joke.
get my weekly uranium supplements, bro. I gotta be glow in the dark by Friday.
They sell it on Amazon.
For some reason, I feel like if you buy that shit on Amazon, you're gonna get put on the FBI watch list.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely
I know.
on the list, but they sell it.
Wow. Dude, what the fuck? Those quick quips are fucking insanely good. You just have like a guy here that would always do that. Wiggle, like he would always come up with like bullshit quips that were so good. Nice. I make my steak like I just like finished cooking it, then I rest it on the side, and then I cut it up and I put it into the same pan again, just to like get all the spices and shit that are in it. I don't want to like waste any flavor at all. Like it's got to be all in there. It's got to be so all in. It's got to be more all in than the podcast, bro.
It's got to be so back in the
It's
spices.
got to be so back that we were never over.
Yeah, but anyway, Adrian, other than the magnesium and boron, do you want anything?
I don't know.
Do you want the L-citrulline?
Sorry about that. Yeah, sure, why not?
I swear if I have to send this to you one more time.
You might have to, actually. Just kidding. The old citrulline is for guys that think about the future. You know, like when you go on a date and you tell your date that you drank pineapple juice before you got here.
Planning ahead.
Some good advice. Some good advice. Also, eat a shit ton of celery and take some zinc.
Celery? Why celery? Explain that one to me.
I don't know.
Does it make the product taste better, or is it what?
It makes the volume bigger.
Product.
Okay. I see it. So I guess my production team is going to be working overtime there, and it's got more resources now.
And take the zinc in the morning. So you take zinc in the morning and you take magnesium at night.
Right. Before or after I've eaten something?
I don't think it matters.
Alright. Makes the volume big. It's great. I'd have to specify what volume is for. Some people just assume it's hair.
Not the volume.
Oh yeah,
man.
totally.
Does it do anything for your density?
Your density? What is density?
Let's make it way more.
Are you talking about the count when you're trying to have a baby?
I take it any way you want to. I was just trying to make it even worse.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's ask about the density in terms of however many counts are there. So like, how does one improve the density?
I fucking know.
All right. Probably removing microplastics from these bowls as a start.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be a good way.
Hey, Tiffany.
Who the hell's Tiffany?
The balls, plastic, forget it.
just saw something. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's some guy. Somebody's just showed me a picture of a guy in a regular fucking ice vehicle truck. You know, like one of those pickup trucks, the really old ones. He put a fucking Tesla logo on the back. I swear. It's a fucking ice vehicle diesel or some shit. I don't know what it is. And bro, put the Tesla logo on the back there. That's fucking funny. Cybertruck found.
Here's your zinc. Fuck you.
Man.
Oh yeah, I gotta tell you something. A couple of days, I think it was a couple of days ago. I was actually in a lab that manufactures nutraceuticals. Yeah, I got to see how they make that shit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's fucking weird, man. They have like all these weird types of things. Their pills are really good. Actually, I had the omega-3 stuff is so crazy. Like it actually smells like fish. Like really smells like fish. Not in a bad way. In kind of like a good way, but a strange good way. You know, like you have this smell that's, you know, somewhat fishy, what we all realize is really bad and pungent and fucked up. Yeah, this smell is kind of strange and probably not something you want to be around, like, you know, for longer periods of time, but you can get used to it, actually. It's not that bad. Alright, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. Got to see the place where they make that shit. Guy was fascinating too, man. Yeah. I saw their manufacturing and the lab. Told me how all the testing machines work and such. They have to grow their own bacteria, bro. Yeah. Proper PPE and shit.
A full
get one of those hairnets for your balls.
Yeah. Coverage for the shoes.
Yeah, dude, all that shit. No, man, you gotta go all in. Get a hairnet for your balls. What?
Yeah, nobody wants your nut hair in their pills.
No, that's a bit of a problem, but I have to tell you, man, I've been to some restaurants and I have some hair in there and I can't tell how that got there. Or what that hair even is. It's like the nice curly, like the super dark curly one. And like, what is that actually? Is that somebody's beard or somebody's pubes? Like, what is that?
Yeah, it's most likely pubes.
How did pubes get into food? Somebody has to explain this thing to me, man.
Oh, I thought you were
like, how are you at a restaurant and you fuck up this bad?
You go to the
like
bathroom.
gravity is downward, my dude.
You go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And then you take a shit there. And then while you're taking a shit, your poops fall over the toilet. And you don't notice it. And then the next person comes, some of the pubes get on them.
And this conversation is just going downhill so fast.
What are you talking about? This is a perfectly normal conversation.
I don't feel comfortable.
I started the conversation about the hairnet on the balls. Okay, that one was my fault, but I will say, however, this is really thoughtful discussion. We have to understand this. Next time you go to the restaurant, all the things that can go wrong, you know? The stuff that can go wrong at the doctor's office, and so they're just petrified of fear, and they just don't go anywhere when they're sitting there waiting. It's like that. That's what this discussion is. God, shit like that doesn't work on me, because I'm like, ooh, interesting, tell me more. Exactly. And then what do? Absolutely, man. Like, you have that as a response that it's like, okay, our fear mechanism has not worked. What the fuck do we do now? The answer is, just tell me more, because that's how you're going to keep me busy. It's not the other way around. Alright, got this, got that. Gonna get some of that water. Then I'm gonna sit down and eat.
Yeah.
Just got my first level 11 skill gem.
Nice, dude.
Have you fought the fucking thick ass silver gorilla?
Oh yeah, he killed him much earlier today.
There's a way to fight the
the Chinese chicken?
I'm on the apex of filth right now.
Gotcha.
Did you guys see this yet?
Yes.
How much pain am I in for?
Not that much, actually.
Doesn't get bad soon.
That's actually not so bad. Like Apex of it. That's an interesting thing. You like go to a temple in this game. You fuck up everything. And then you go to this place where you have to fight a boss. And the whole mission is called the Apex of Filth. Like, what the fuck? That name just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I keep finding
When
these
I read-
arcana statues that I want to give to you guys. They're supposedly to help level up wands and stuff. I'm shooting bows, so I got no use for them.
What the hell is this? Oh, this is so good.
What I really gotta ask is, oh my god, McDonald's worker might not get the $50,000 reward because he called 911 and not the tip number.
What? That's
Also,
crazy.
the money has to be approved by the Secretary of State.
No good deed goes unpunished, huh?
That's hardcore. That's really fucked up too. Wow.
There's literally no winners in any of this, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I also don't post any memes about it. Well, it's like profitable to meme on it, I think. It's just one of those things, you know? This is bad behavior. I don't want to reward bad behavior. We'll talk about history. I don't give a shit about. The same reason why I don't meme on the Hawk Tour shit.
Yeah, I never touched any.
It would be super profitable. I could have got millions of impressions off of that alone. Individual posts, millions of impressions. I could have done that.
Dude,
but I didn't.
That content is right up my alley as far as my subscribers like and followers, but no, I would not touch that because I just hated it.
Mm-hmm. It's just like you're enslaving yourself to the engagement, man. I won't do it.
Well, I just won't promote something like that. It's just gross.
Exactly. There's the whole principle. I mean, look, I understand. It's good if that person is on a platform because it brings attention to the platform. at the same time, it's a funny meme, I don't know. But at the same time, like, back to the serial killer shit. You remember when Netflix put out these documentaries and shit? Not even documentaries, but like these shows. And then everybody was like in love with serial killers. It's like, I don't know, was this around 2018, 2019? It was like really prolific at the time. It was so fucking retarded.
Women were in love with serial killers way before that. That just popularized it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It really popped off in that particular period of time. It was bad before, but it made it infinitely worse then. And then the next thing came out, and then everybody just didn't give a shit about it anymore. But yeah, for like a year or two, you had a whole bunch of people that said, "Oh, I want to get kidnapped by that guy just to know what it's like." I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you people?
I'm convinced you're like a cartoon character, dude.
Fucking Ted Bundy, man. Everybody wanted to get kidnapped by fucking Ted Bundy.
You could do all.
And they were saying this unironically, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you bitches? Seriously. Like, legit, what the fuck, man?
Bitches be crazy. These Arcanus Etchers things are right in the top of the...
So, there was an Instagram comment. There was an Instagram comment a while back on one of those things where some woman said, you know, if Ted Bundy told me to get into the back of the trunk there, I'd gladly do it. Like, what the fuck? And now, what I'm seeing here, and I have absolutely no problem calling this out, what I'm seeing here is a bunch of very strange individuals who are sexualizing an assassin. Let's break it down. That is just that. It's a dude who was inspired by I don't know what, had a little bit of the Unabomber manifesto going on, and turned that into, hey, I'm going to make war in the healthcare system by just assassinating a random CEO. Like,
I mean, it's a winning formula.
It's like winning by losing, but it's the most retarded way to do so. I'll be real with you.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you something.
Oh my god.
You wonder if there's something that caused him to have a psychotic break.
I know.
Like, he had that back surgery. You wonder, sometimes those drugs that they use to put you under can have, I don't know.
Ketamine is wonderful. Shh.
Yeah, I followed this space one. It's good.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think I'm finally where you guys were this morning, just now. I'm picking up the mushrooms in this place.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough to deliver those mushrooms, by the way, yeah.
I'm doing my shit in Unreal, unfortunately.
Oh, real?
Yeah.
What's bad about that?
The meme I just sent you.
Okay.
Yeah. And also the fact that you have to give like 5% of your net revenue, or I think actually global revenue, to Epic Games.
What are you making in Unreal?
What?
What are you making in Unreal?
I'm making a game.
Oh. Do you want some help?
What can you do?
Like graphics, effects.
Yeah, like
3D stuff.
Yeah, it could be useful.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He makes good shit.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I can talk to you privately about that then. Later.
Okay. Cool.
Can I have an invulnerability shield when I play it?
There's no such thing.
The admin privilege is unkillable. like in Minecraft.
Oh my god.
That was funny as fuck, man. See, you couldn't fuck with the admins by killing them, but you can break their spirit.
It's not going to be open world because we don't have the budget for that. I'll give you a shield if you fund the entire thing.
Well, I'm not even sure what it's going to look like. I have to look at it first.
It's going to look like a bunch of stickmen fighting on an empty void.
That's what you're going to turn into a game?
No, I'm making a joke.
Oh my god. I was like, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, I should make a stickman fighting game. Stickman fighting 3D.
Yeah.
I think there
was an old school one. That was fun.
Yeah, the Flash games, right?
Oh yeah. I miss Flash.
Oh,
That was a good game.
Yeah, I used to love the Flash games.
Netflix in 2009.
Flash games.
You guys know you can still play the Flash games, right?
Yep.
Oldflashgames.com.
There's this tool called Ruffle that's built in Rust. That's basically that allows you to run like Flash games.
Where did they ever end at?
Because of the security vulnerabilities.
Oceans of security vulnerabilities.
Yeah, that's why you're building it in Rust now.
This is why Outer never shut
Wow.
down Rust.
This is why I don't ever what?
This is why Outer never shuts up about Rust.
Shut the fuck up.
Ada, don't build a game. Build Rust the sequel.
Oh my.
Security vulnerabilities, man. Thread safety, man. Thread safety.
Security is the single most important thing in the world.
Nope. Not
The
true.
world's biggest threats to security is the consumer.
Security is not the most important thing in the world, not by a long shot.
No, it definitely is.
I definitely sell cybersecurity all the goddamn time, and it's not even remotely true.
Okay,
Most
then
important thing in the world is revenue.
Okay, let's say all of that revenue is stored in a bank that's easily hackable. Are you gonna store your revenue there?
People do. Happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, but
That's the thing.
In fact, I bet you're doing it and you don't even know it.
depends on the level. They have to have a level of security to ensure that your money doesn't get stolen every fucking day.
Yes,
there is one.
But people do that
Stock
reactively.
exchange,
So what I'm saying is
stock
people make
exchange.
trade-offs all the time with security and business, and
Doesn't
it's
matter.
not
Doesn't
what you want it to
matter.
be.
At the very highest level, they have to keep the security up to the highest standards.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't, because
Yes, they
there
do.
are people that make decisions where they will say, you know what, I will pay whatever fine or penalty I have to,
No, they're gonna pay for the
and
security.
deal with it when the time comes.
No, that's just the private companies. I'm talking about for the entire financial system. They're not gonna do that because then no one is
They
gonna.
do that.
Okay, if you're on the
I
stock
talk to their CISOs all the time, dude.
if you talk to if you're on the stock market, if you're a stock market, do you want them to be just able to fucking say, okay, this person now has all of these shares, and this
I
person
don't want
doesn't
them
have
to be
shares?
able to do that, but the shit
They
happens.
are gonna do that if you don't have sufficient security. You're gonna have the entire liquidity of everything. You're gonna have the entire stock market collapse. You're gonna have everything collapse if they don't provide enough security.
Who's they? The entire market is not like one they.
Look, no one is
Yeah.
going to invest in anything.
Okay.
No one is going to invest in anything if they know that the next day, anything that they've invested in can be wiped away because some dickhead basically transferred it to themselves, and there's no record of you ever owning that thing because they wiped that as well.
If you need proper it doesn't happen to this scale because companies have literally put money into security. It's the entire.
I'm not saying they don't put money into security. I'm saying it is not the most paramount thing in the world.
It is the most paramount thing in the world.
It's not.
Yes, because none of the revenue, none of the liquidity would matter without sufficient security. At the very highest level, they're taking security as seriously as possible. It's only the individual companies that decide to be retarded and not do that.
There's a lot more retarded companies than you'd think.
I know there's plenty of retarded companies. But if it wasn't for the foundations being built on security, the entire world would have collapsed by now. There would not be a technology. Not everything would be done on technology. Nothing would be done on the internet. You couldn't log into your fucking Charles Schwab or Fidelity account and then buy a shit ton of stocks because no one would trust the stock market.
These companies have been breached. You know that, right?
They haven't been breached to this. Look, you're acting like a single security vulnerability that may not even be that serious is the same as a massive breach that can basically collapse the entire world. I'm not saying that you can never be breached. There's always going to be bugs, but you can try to make it as secure as possible. If you make no effort, you're going to have the entire world collapse.
I'm not saying nobody makes no effort. That's not it at all. What I'm saying is that most people prioritize, including big banks, prioritize more than just security.
I know, but security is objectively the most important thing, even if it's not prioritized.
All right, so you're talking philosophical, I'm talking practical and actual what people do. I think that's the gap.
Yes.
Without security, you wouldn't be making money.
I make that argument all the time, and all the time I hear people say, yeah, but no, it costs this, and I just don't have it. Sorry.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that no one would invest in stocks. They would not put money in banks. If people could just literally log into your bank account and just take everything out and literally drain all liquidity out of every single person's account. Because the bank decided we're not going to invest in security. The banks decided to invest in some security, even if it's not good, to prevent those or at least slow them down, so they can be at least somewhat reputable. If the stock market could get hacked and anyone could just take your shares, would you put your money in the stock market? If Bitcoin could get hacked, would you put your money in Bitcoin?
Yes and yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I can say at that point.
I'm saying that systems are perfect and people are not even remotely close to perfect, and security is not prioritized in the way that you think it is, not by a long shot. And I put money in those systems anyway because it's diffusion. I'm not the highest priority target. And people that are out there trying to get me are not after me, and even if somebody does get breached, a lot of times they're working off of backups, and I can hold them accountable and liable. So I'm also looking at the financial foundations of the company itself, and whether or not they're going to be solvent coming out of the backside of it.
Look, those systems work because they've put a minimum amount of security into it. It's not that they don't have any security just because they've been breached. There's different sizes of breaches. There's small breaches, there's large breaches.
I live this world, man, I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I think one of the major aspects of that security is the fact that not many will actually have the balls to hack these types of things. So you do have security, it has to be, so not a script kiddie accidentally just fucks with it. That's of course the thing. But realistically, I think one of the reasons why somebody wouldn't fuck with a certain bracket in both directions is because you will die if you do.
Well,
like your life is over.
If they don't have proper security in place, they wouldn't be able to catch the person either way.
It's specifically because they've added in enough security that they have any risk of getting caught, which is why they wouldn't do it.
Rarely individuals, it's usually nation states. And a lot of the times, the way that things are prevented has very little to do with the company itself and a lot to do with the federal government.
Yeah, the federal.
So basically, what it's saying is the
federal government puts security requirements on the companies, and the companies have to fulfill them.
That's part of it, but there's a lot more to that machine than just that.
Care to explain?
No, actually. I'm not going to get into detail on a whole lot of those things because I got to be careful about what I say and what I don't say.
Roger that. Some good steak.
Did you say it's, I know you guys were talking about the thickness of steak. You said you've got centimeter thick steak?
Nah, I use everything in centimeters, like 1.5 centimeters thick. That's usually what I'm going over.
Do you ever get thicker cuts? Do you like go to a butcher, or do you just get it from the grocery store?
No, I just get it from the store, yeah. I don't have a better option.
Most of the time, if you go talk to a person at like the meat counter at a grocery store, if there is a meat counter at the grocery store you go to, I don't know where you're at, but in the U.S. at least, you can go and chat them up and say, hey, I want this cut of this, this thickness, and they'll cut you whatever the hell you want.
Why should I have a thicker cut?
Better temperature control with a thicker cut. So if you want, mid-rare throughout, you can sear the ever-loving hell of it on the outside and get a really nice crust going on, while simultaneously having the inside be much closer to, rare, mid-rare. To get a better gradient. More mid-rare juiciness throughout, with less risk of overcook.
Interesting.
Are any of you guys going sideways in your trees? POE?
Sideways, yeah. I mean, eventually you have to, dude.
I feel like mine is going more or less straight out with a couple of offshoots here and there, but I'm talking about like full on lateral.
Jesus.
No, not like lateral.
There's some nodes that are on the starter branch of a class adjacent to mine and has a lot of additional projectile damage and increased attack speed. And I'm like, I want to go over there.
Oh yeah.
That's too far away.
I haven't looked in the Merc build, so I don't really know what's good for that, but yeah.
I'm just doing laser. I've got I'm all the way to the outside. I've got like additional piercing and like 10 to 20% IAS. And I need a cool ability with increases and reductions to projectile speed, also apply to damage with bows. So I got all these plus damage modifiers coming out of that. It's pretty neat. Ridiculous amounts of crit.
Yeah, some of those big crossbows you can get for the Merc look very powerful. Ballistic crossbows.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Adrian, check what I sent you on Discord.
Checking.
What the fuck? Oh. Oh.
Where did you send him?
Yo.
Oh man, this is a huge bitch. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a perfect crit. Oh, I'm gonna send it to you.
Let's see.
R.I.P.
That couldn't have gone worse. That was maximum.
Discord or Signal?
Any signal right now?
Okay, let's see.
She yelled crush and she did like a giant cartwheel and sat on me and I died.
I have. Okay, let's see.
Wow. Wow, indeed.
That's what you call a 100 quintillion crit right there.
I like to call that the extraction.
It's Diablo?
I like the extractor. Yeah, it's diabolical is what it is.
Diabolical.
Diabolical. Yes.
Hard on me too. What the hell is this shit? Machine stinking.
Or I literally just shit myself and you said she did a cartwheel that sat on me.
I don't know who programmed this boss fight, but oh my god, what a mess.
I just imagine this like giant boss going like doo doo doo.
It's the Queen of Filth boss. She's just gross. Like disgusting.
Yeah.
It was the apex of filth, bro.
Ew. Gross.
I noticed that I got black rod. Stuck. Not good. There we go, free. No, not crush. Got you. Alright. Jenny Craig, time for you, girl. Temple Door Idol.
I sent the meme in the general Discord server, the memes chat.
Canadians are pissed at Trump, apparently.
That's why.
Basically,
it's gonna make it a state.
Yeah, they're making Canada a state and making Trudeau the governor. So, like, this clearly shows that Trump has no respect for Canada's sovereignty.
Did you say? That's great. Did you say that we're merging with the United States?
No. So basically, Trump said that he's going to put tariffs on Canada, and Canada's biggest trading partner is the U.S. And they basically said that it would kill Canada. Trudeau said that it would kill Canada, and Trump replied with, "If you can't survive without ripping off the United States, then you can join us as the 51st state."
Wow.
Wait, so does that mean that Alberta would be a city?
I guess so.
What would
I
Edmonton
somehow
be?
feel as though the Canadians would not be so pissed about that.
Would Edmonton be a house then?
I don't know. Yeah, if
It's
Canada
kinda
Canada kind of feels like it would be. It's way too big to make like a single state.
No, I don't mind the free space actually.
Actually, we can leave out Quebec. We'll take everything else.
Yeah, Quebec can go live on its own. Time out.
I don't like the French speakers.
No.
It's not particularly that. It's
They
just
wanted
that
a referendum.
they're
That's
retarded
cool.
and they don't contribute to the country. At least most of them don't.
Wow.
Oh.
Canadians
Alberta
roasting
with
themselves.
oil,
I'm loving this.
BC with lumber, and Ontario with tech and maple syrup that carries this country. Nothing else like really matters. And Quebec is trying to like they're not like net zero. They're like net negative. So it's even worse.
I really do love Canadian maple syrup. I spent a lot of time in Vermont and came to know maple syrup really well from that. And what I've realized is that the further north you go, the better it gets.
I didn't really understand. I don't really understand the appeal of maple syrup. I had like some very high quality ones.
We should go visit Nunavut one day.
I had like some very high quality maple syrup. It was like grade A or something.
A5 Wagyu maple syrup.
No, it wasn't Wagyu.
What the fuck?
But I had some like high quality. I tried it on a few things. I didn't really like it, so I didn't really get the appeal.
It's good in very
Oh, I
specific
can-
circumstances, like
You have
pancakes.
to put it in your poutine. That's when it's good.
Poutine's
No,
the thing.
here's what you do.
La poutine.
No, fry? No, fry eggplants. Like freaking eggplants.
I'm not
like
gonna eat
chips.
eggplants.
What did you just say?
What the fuck is wrong with eggplants?
Did you just say
Why the fuck would I eat an eggplant?
Why wouldn't you? What's wrong with them?
There's
Eggplants are for the
reason
ladies.
There's no exactly.
I was gonna say
Exactly, but other than that, why? Like I see.
I got you.
see
Got it.
no reason. I see no reason to ever eat an eggplant. Like you look at this shit. You look at this shit, and you're just like, looks like a dick. Let me put this in my mouth.
That's not what any of that
you don't
is
just
about.
eat it whole.
What the fuck
Cut it up
is this?
into little strings. And
Get out of my fucking city, man. Wait, what? Elliot, what did you say?
I said you don't just shove the whole eggplant down your throat, Howda.
I wouldn't know because I've never.
Don't tell him what to
I
do.
think you're supposed to eat it like a sausage.
All right.
No.
Anyway. Point is,
Here's what you do.
You've got
take
like a
an
nice fat
eggplant.
stack. I'm not gonna eat an eggplant. Look, you've got.
Hear me out on this.
You've got eggs. You've got steak. You've got butter. You've got ghee. You've got beef tallow. You've got geese. You've got duck. You've got sheep. Why the fuck would you eat an eggplant? Well, after like everything I've just listed, you're like, I don't want any of these things. I want a fucking eggplant.
I don't know.
You've got honey. You've got oranges. You've got apples. You've got corn, and then you're just like, eggplant time.
It's like terrible because when you don't cook it right, it turns into fucking mush that you can't taste like anything. It's like fucking drywall. No, I mean, okay, hear me out on this. What I was gonna say is the only time that eggplant is enjoyable for me is when it's fried. Okay, now you cut it into these McDonald's chips size strands. All right, and then you fry it like a tallow. You put maple syrup over that. Shit tastes banger.
This sounds disgusting.
Dude, I've had it a bunch. Every time I've had it, it's fucking great, man.
Have you ever
With
eaten
maple
an
syrup?
eggplant before?
Do you know why it's called an eggplant, actually? Because it used to look like a plant that has a bunch of eggs growing out of it.
Elliot, I already said I've never had an eggplant in my life.
Are you gonna try one?
You've never had an eggplant in your life? What are you afraid that the eggplant's gonna make you gay or something? What the fuck is this shit?
I don't
What's
give a
happening?
shit about that. I don't give a shit about that. I've had bananas before. But
Oh, that's terrible context.
That is a clip
Oh,
right there.
God.
Clip that one.
Dude, this whole fucking conversation needs to be clipped. You gotta be fucking serious.
Yeah.
Why would you want an eggplant? Did you
I don't
eggplant
give a fuck
philosophy? I
about
think
that.
that
I've
was
had
gonna
a
be there.
banana.
it does not look appealing. It does not look good. It doesn't look like it would taste good. I can speculate on what it tastes like, even though I've never had it.
Dick.
You might have had it. You never realized it.
Either way, there's like infinite foods that taste better. Why the fuck would I have an eggplant?
Yeah, I will say eggplants kind of suck in a lot of contexts. I don't like them, but for that particular thing, they're kind of good.
I've only ever had it in eggplant parm, like Italian style, but it's the same technique that you talk about. You cut it into medallions. You gotta salt the hell out of it to draw the bitter water out, and then you bread it and fry it, and you cover it in red sauce.
Yeah.
It's a
That one
vehicle
actually
for
tastes
other
pretty good.
things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the kind of food that you'd eat if you really are out of resources, really. But, I mean, it does sometimes taste kind of good in that way. What people do is they take it sometimes, they turn it into a fucking soup. And I'm sorry to say, but it tastes fucking disgusting. Like, you have to put a shit ton of seasoning in there, but you're eating like a plate of unidentifiable, grayish, brownish.
Right. It's like when you squash. There's very few ways that you can actually enjoy squash, right? So generally, like, I don't think
there
it
is.
tastes very good.
All right. There is one way to enjoy squash: peeled, baked, pureed, and ejected right into my fucking stomach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Elliot, I'm
Like,
giving you a
drink the
final
soup.
offer.
It's getting
What'd you
worse.
say?
What happened?
Elliot, I'm giving you a final offer. We'll accept Quebec if we deport all the French people to France.
No comment.
What's your problem with the Quebec? I mean, aside from the economic contribution, of course, what else is there?
The
I feel
French.
like Bly should have a say in this too.
They
He's a
tried to
Canadian as
separate
well.
from Canada a couple times. Yeah, the Quebec.
I don't know, give them what they want, you know?
They voted on it anyway.
Yeah, they asked for it. Buzz, you and I carry this country. Get them out of here.
I love our international politics with more diverse than a geopolitics space where some fucking random guy from Dubai thinks he understands the world.
We'll specifically leave out Vancouver as well.
Why? Oh, I think I understand now.
Have you ever been to Vancouver?
No.
I'll let these two explain.
It's a wild
Why?
place. They tried to decriminalize like all drugs there for a while, so it got even a bit worse than it was. But yeah, it's very, very expensive.
Oh, so it's like death times two.
Okay. Adrian, you know how women are in Berlin, right?
Uh-huh.
Imagine if everyone in Vancouver was like 10 times worse.
How do you get 10 times worse than that?
Vancouver.
Jesus. What the fuck?
You know, we don't want that. We want the skyscrapers, but we don't want the rest of it. Actually, no, fucking keep the skyscrapers too. I want to see what happens. There should be like an actual proper civilization game where we have like these types of political mechanics.
I've never met someone from Vancouver who I wouldn't define as insane. The only sane people I've met from Vancouver is people who just moved there for some reason.
Oh. Yeah, I've never been there.
It's a nice place, but the housing market, like, yeah, all the
Well, the housing is
rents come
hella
from
expensive.
overseas. Yeah, it
And
costs.
and the drug epidemic is like really bad there. I don't know what's the drug of choice in Vancouver. Here, I think it's like meth. In Edmonton. Wow. What is it over there?
Vancouver, yeah, I've been there a couple times. I think people are doing a lot of fentanyl over there. So yeah, it's a bad place.
Yeah.
So it's a good big thing with the sunlight is bullshit.
Honestly,
So basically, we'll specifically make Vancouver its own city, like a city nation, similar to Monaco, and then we'll deport the French, and we'll take in the entirety of Canada.
Yeah, it starts to become an issue when you have when you've got some of the violent drugs that are being used most commonly. So, for instance, if everyone is like heroin addict, then they're like sleepy and stuff, and they're like, it's very uncommon for them to be like aggressive because they're always like dead, right? They're always like passed out. Whereas if everybody's on meth, then they're like hyper aggressive, like psychopaths, and maybe you don't want to be in the city. So that's why, like, I don't know. That's why I'm not trying to like go to university, because it's like I literally risk my life going out there each day, like walking in minus 30-degree weather and having these people roaming around outside. It's just like not safe, dude. They're in the train station too. Like it's really bad.
Oh my god. So 10 times worse than Berlin by people, worse than San Francisco by conditions and overall sentiment, like as if you 10x New York, minus all the goodies. Is that what I'm getting here?
Yes.
There's a couple of really nice places in Vancouver, but yeah, the downtown core is having a major issue.
There's also a couple of nice places in San Francisco, but the whole entire city is a shithole.
Wow.
The Bay Area is really nice, though. I love the Bay Area. Like, outside of San Francisco, the rest of it is perfect.
I'll be visiting the Bay Area. That'll be fun. Who knows? I might meet Arvin Serenivas, Beth Jesus, Sam Altman, Dario. I might see these people like in real life. That'd be crazy.
You probably won't unless you specifically go out to meet them.
You won't. I've been out there many, many, many times. You don't just happen to run into people like that.
Yeah, I've been there several times for quite a while. You don't run into people like that generally.
I heard there's like a bunch of advertisements like up on billboards where they're like advertising compute and stuff. Is that like a real thing?
They advertise all kinds of dumb stuff. You'll see like ads for like storage arrays and Broadcom talking about dumb shit. There's advertisements you won't see anywhere else. That's real.
Interesting.
When I went to Denmark, they were advertising like a strip club on like the walls, and like the women there were like naked on like the pictures. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? They're not concerned about the fact that I, an underage kid, am seeing like these fucking naked girls on the fucking street on like a picture.
Ever been to Vegas?
Many times.
Yes.
I first went to Vegas when I was 15 years old, and I'm surprised at how much shit I understood. Like, dude, it is crazy there.
I went when I was underage as well. They wouldn't let me watch the games.
Nah, dude, I gotta go for my 21st birthday, which is in 3 months.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta sort that out.
You gonna go stay at one of the casino hotel things?
See, that's the part that we gotta figure out. So I don't know. Typically, people say whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Like, I don't know how naughty I'm actually gonna be there. I don't think I'm gonna be very naughty because my moral system won't let me do that. But who knows?
Anything can happen. It's Vegas.
I mean, like gambling. I don't know. I just something about that is like absolutely terrifying. More than any like, I don't know, just anything that will like pull you into a place you're not familiar with. Like, I don't know, man. That stuff is like terrifying to me. I don't think I'll gamble, but I might try out some of the other events like comedy shows, whatnot.
Why is it
Some of the
terrifying for you?
exclusives. Because I've seen what happens to people when they get sucked into that, and I don't want that for myself.
Yeah, I don't
So-
understand how that happens. I don't understand how that happens. When I gamble, I never lose control. I'm just like, here's some money. Okay, I lost this money. Not gonna continue.
Yeah.
It's also just the environment too, right? I mean, when I was like 15, I was walking through the casino sometimes, and like I legitimately could not breathe. Like I had to hold my breath. I was getting like headaches constantly. You have like this marijuana and cigarette smoke just everywhere. Like, dude, I can't be in that room for more than 5 minutes.
That's not like that anymore. They killed off a whole lot of the smoke in the casino. There's still pockets like don't go to Excalibur if you don't like that. But you're not going to escape weed anywhere in the city. It's smoke like that to some extent, but like cigarette smoke's not going to be pervasive like it used to be.
When did they kill that off? Because I went there as a kid.
They didn't. It's not legally killed off, but a lot of the casinos created like no smoking sections and stuff.
When did that happen? When did that happen?
I mean, last time I was there was 2 years ago, and it was like that then. But I remember it years before that.
I haven't been to Vegas for gambling. I've been other places for gambling.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Say it again.
I said I've been to a few places for gambling, but never Vegas.
How recently? When'd you go?
Well, can you not hear me properly?
No, you're very, very soft.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, check this out. I love how that's like the famous, famous last words. Check this out. When you do something physical. I once broke some mega shit in my car doing that. Here you go. Check this out. Oh no. Oh no, sorry, wrong one. Wrong image. Why is it not there? I hate the fucking library for this goddamn thing, man. Fuck this. Let's do that. Alright, there we go. There, I finally fucking found it. God, the gallery's so glitchy in this app, man. Fuck this. Like, it takes forever to open up the fucking gallery. And now the app is broken. Great. Alright. I'll just share it directly from the phone now. Fuck this.
Open the gallery on what?
Signal. It's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I wish I had a hard time with it.
There you go, this one. That's the one I wanted to send, not the other one.
I've actually never played this game, so I don't know.
The fuck? You've never played Half-Life?
No,
Yeah, me neither, but I have watched all of the lore.
I don't know the lore either. I just played Portal.
You don't know the lore?
Yeah,
The lore is pretty good.
I just know
It's
Portal.
good.
You
Yeah,
played part of the game, bro.
Is it bugged again, or is it bugged again? I couldn't hear Outa earlier. Now I'm not sure if he's talking or not.
Outa.
Are you talking?
Outa, brother. He's probably showering, to be honest. He's probably cleaning.
I'm just gonna post this without context and see if people figure it out.
Ooh, another mystery to solve.
I love how Elliot's so giddy about these things.
Giddy.
Mysteries.
Giddy or giggity.
Where did you post?
It is there.
Kiss that.
Here, put it into this space.
Yeah, I can't see it showing up.
There it is. Fucking pinned it twice, bro.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's Half-Life. Yeah.
Be theoretical physicist. Game starts with you doing an experiment. 0 to 10 immersion run. Because I never do anything. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That is the problem.
I've been to Vegas twice, and I haven't gambled either time.
What did you do, though?
One
Question
time
is
I went
who-
with my dad.
Mhm.
Can you hear me, Paul?
Yes. Sorry, I was making a joke.
Oh. Yeah. One time I went with my dad,
Shh. Fuck.
and the other time I just kind of went to visit a few friends. Did you guys know technically Las Vegas isn't Las Vegas?
Are you playing today?
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Basically, all the casinos are apparently not in Las Vegas.
Where are they?
They're in another place called Paradise. That's just next to. That's just next to Las Vegas.
Paradise. Maps.google.com.
Was that for tax reasons or something?
Yes, exactly, because of tax reasons.
Oh, wait. There's the museum. There's the. Yup. And then there's the MGM Grand right there, which is in. Oh, and there's this Paradise. Yup. There it is. Casinos. Yup. It's in like the bottom right.
Most of the Las Vegas Strip is actually in Paradise.
I see. Yeah, I see this giant strip right here. It's just like casino. Caesar's Place, Rio. Yeah, nice. Oh, this is the whole strip then right here. Nice. Yeah, I think we were here before.
There's Old Vegas and New Vegas too, though.
Yeah.
New Vegas is what you're looking at. Old Vegas is pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't been I haven't gambled in Las Vegas. I've gambled in a few other countries. It's pretty fun.
It's pretty fun, yeah.
You need to control yourself. Like, look, you go there, or like, okay, I'm gonna put down $2,000. Let's say. You basically say, okay, if I lose this $2,000, I'm not gonna put a single fucking cent in, single more cent in. If I gain money, then I guess that's good. You lose the 2,000 because of course you do. And then you stop. You don't put another 2,000 trying to win your old 2,000 back. You don't fucking mortgage your house. You don't fucking start going into credit card debt. You're just like, okay, I decided on $2,000. The way I see it, it's kind of like fun money. Right? It's kind of like the type. It's kind of like how Adrian blows away his money by putting it in Diablo or Path of Exile.
Yeah, the money you can afford to lose. That's right.
Yeah. So I kind of see it like that. It's fun money.
Except you have to learn losing it to an RNG.
Yeah, you're losing it to an RNG. I'm losing it to a casino, right? And then as long as I don't like go batshit crazy and start putting my mortgage and house and car and sell my kid to the casino or some bullshit that people do. As long as you don't do that, you'll be fine. Just set a limit. Be like, this is what I'm going to play with today, and it should be something you can afford to lose, and you'll be fine. And then sometimes you'll meet people that have fuck you money, and then it's fun to watch those people.
Oh yeah, I could see that being entertaining. Just like, sir, did you just put? Is that 50? That what? You're like, that's
you
how
won't
much
be in
I
the same
make.
room as those people. If you're playing with $2,000, you're not gonna be in the same room as the people that are putting 50,000 anywhere.
I had like one of the numbers, and then he's like, if it hits, I'll give you half. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, Yeah, I picked one of them. It didn't hit, and then I was worried. I'm like, "Is this guy?" And then he was laughing. He's like, "Yeah, don't worry." Don't worry. I'm not gonna make you pay me back. And he just said that with a couple of other people. I'm like, "Do you enjoy this?" He's like, "Yes."